everyone. Yeah. Good morning. Hello. It's great to see you. Thank you. Test. Oh, yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome. If everyone can take their seats, fill their coffees, and find a table, we're going to get started with our official welcome today by Terri Barnhard. Thank you so much. Please, everyone, have a seat. I think the sound is good now. Yes. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Melanie Walker, and I'm so delighted to be here representing the Canadian International Council. I am the executive director. This is my first time to Victoria. And needless to say, I definitely know it won't be the last time and might even miss my flight intentionally tonight. It's just too wonderful. It was blizzarding earlier on today from where I'm from, so this is just lovely and lovely to see such a full room. Before we get into the conference today, I would like to introduce a very important person, Terri Barnhard from the Songhees Nation of the Lekwungen, peoples here at the University of Victoria, who will come and say a few words of welcome. And we are very honored and fortunate to have you here. So please, Terri, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I got a mum voice, so I don't need this. It's great to see you all here this sunny Friday. Wow, thanks for coming out. Ice Quachel, Esta Dutchie or Terri. My late mother was Janet Dick. Skip Dick and Butch Dick are my maternal uncles who I not only love and admire, but have inspired me to start this journey that I am on. To the other relations that I see in the room, I'd like to say Qantas Quinalahela. On behalf of my family and myself, we welcome each and every one of you here. Welcome to UVic. Welcome to Victoria. We are on the lands of the Lekwungen people. We are a joint nation of Songhees and Esquimalt. We were one before treaties and borders. At this time, I would like to thank UVic and everybody for taking this time to follow cultural protocols on our lands. I am new at finding my voice, but I know this work needs to be done. Asiyam Natalacha, Esa Dutchie or Terri, Cheflas and Lekwungen. Heichka Kwansla Ethla, Heichka Kwansla Techo, Elanuk et Lekwungen, Heichka Siem. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you all here. Welcome to those who traveled to be here. With all the shenanigans that's going on in the world today, we need stability and understanding between us all. It's great to see the support that we have here and knowing that it's just in this room, so imagine what's out there. I know there's a busy day planned ahead for you all, so I will keep this short and sweet. Good luck with all of this today. May you find some answers to the questions you have, and may you find some questions to maybe brought up from the answers. Songhees means to gather. This morning, you have all gathered. You've all gathered for a very important work, and applaud yourselves for being here this morning. Heitzke CM, and enjoy the day.
Back again, and I will use this mic as I think that carries my voice a bit better. Couchiching, for those of you who are not familiar with this conference, has a long and storied tradition on the lakeside of Lake Couchiching, which is in Ontario, and it is on the territorial land of the Anishinaabe that is governed by the Williams Treaty and has been since the 20s. This is an idyllic spot, and Couchiching itself was launched in 1932, so more than 85 years ago, if I've got my math correct. And it was done so in the spirit to bring together people from all different backgrounds in a unique environment, a bucolic environment, by the lake. It was I think one of the original unconferences. People gathered in cabins and would intersperse ferocious debate and discussion about policy issues. There'd be academics, scientists, politicians, analysts, regular citizens, students, and both from domestic as well as internationally. And they would come together to talk about the issues that mattered to Canadians of the day. That tradition continued for 85 years until 2018, when the official organization ceased to exist, and the Canadian International Council, recognizing that this was an important spirit, the idea of civilized disagreement, civil discourse, coming together to debate and argue points of view, always in a civil way, always in an informed manner, and always in a thoughtful manner, that was really consistent with our values and what we were founded on, which has been to engage Canadians in the world around us and to better understand our place in it, and in some cases to guide it. And I know that many of you who are local members here do that every day when you come to, whether it's the events, whether it's to the keynotes that happen, whether it's to some of the dinners, politics in the pubs. We wouldn't be here today if there weren't a few organizations and also individuals. So I'd like to first recognize Konrad Adenauer Foundation, which has been supporting democratic debate and engaging civil society for many, many years. In a time when organizations are often recalibrating, reducing funding to programs that actually seek to support and promote civil discourse, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation has doubled down and is giving more support. So thank you for the support. Thank you for making this happen today. We're also so grateful for partners and friends in the Centre for Global Studies. It's been just a wonderful experience planning this with you. We'll be getting into more conversation later on today. And one other person in the room today, I'm going to single you out again, Chris Kilford, our local chapter president. Chris has been branch president. How long have you been branch president for?
Far too long.
Never say that. Never say that. You're supposed to never retire. It's really incredible when you look at the room today. Chris has brought together so many of you. His outreach to students through the university. He is a natural mentor. He's been doing it. You know, he sees a student. I can't tell you how many students I've met this morning that I said, oh, how did you get involved with CIC Victoria? I met him at Chris at a UN model conference, or it was a NATO Association conference, or on campus, or I was just getting a coffee, and he asked, do you know what the CIC is all about, and why don't you come out to an event? And I think that really epitomizes just the kind of approach, Chris, that you take personally to this, and the kind of leadership that has really helped grow and sustain this local branch to be the powerhouse that it is today. So thank you for everything that you do. No. Oh, I mean every word. So on to the conference today, and I think it's safe to say we are living in extraordinary times, unprecedented times, some would say, and asking the question, I know I ask myself this question all the time, what can I do, and how do I contribute in a positive way? My personal background is in media freedom and freedom of expression and engaging and promoting civil society and civic engagement. And I think that conversations like these and coming together today to discuss and to debate on those questions of what does it mean to mobilize from every perspective, mobilization can mean a different thing. For some, we'll hear it's more about military. For others, it's about academic. For some, it's looking at the trust and institutional gap that we have. So this will be one of the conversations that we'll be having later on this morning before moving on to a conversation around middle power influence and how and why and which partnerships are we internationally forging to make ourselves stronger, more secure, more present in the world. And I know Canadians are really asking tough questions of ourselves these days. I think that framing it all in being very honest about what's happening inside our borders, our own record, when we talk about influencing abroad and our values and what we can be doing to make the world better. I think Canadians are generally idealistic. We do need to look also in our own backyard and our record. We also are now looking at spending a huge amount of money to build our security and to grow our defenses, something that we've let fall to the wayside for many years. It's going to be a fascinating 10 to 15 years. We've got some incredible experts who are going to be coming to talk about that today, beginning with Jody Thomas. Our closing keynote, and I didn't see him in the room today yet, Ambassador Marc Lortie, who will be speaking again from a perspective of having served the country as an ambassador, as an emissary, as an envoy for many, many years in many countries all over Europe, Latin America, will close us off. And he also mentioned that last night when we were having a nice dinner, yet again, organized by Chris, just informally to bring us all together, he mentioned he actually had been invited to speak as a keynote at Couchiching 25 years ago. So maybe you can ask him about the skinny dipping. Don't say it came from me. This is the first chapter in a larger conversation that we want to be having across the country. We have rapporteurs who will be taking notes today, some student rapporteurs who will also be meeting in a week's time to digest, reflect on some of the conversations, and continue that. We really want this to start a conversation across the country. CIC has 19 branches. We have beautiful platforms, Open Canada, which Chris also edited for 3 years on a voluntary basis for, I don't even know how much content came out. Many of you contributed to this, I know, in the room today. Podcasts, as well as more civil forums and discussions. So let's consider this a first of a conversation. I don't think we're going to have clear answers, but we might have some signposts that will help guide us in the right direction. And I'm personally looking so much forward to the conversations that begin today. Let me now bring my good friend and our supporter today, Dr. Bernd Althusmann, who forgives me every time when I mispronounce his last name. He leads the Konrad Adenauer Foundation here in Canada, and he is going to introduce our first keynote speaker today. Bernd, you're most welcome. And I may have taken this. Just hold on to it.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, je vous salue tout très chaleureusement et vous souhaite la bienvenue au nom de la Fondation Konrad Adenauer. En tant que directeur, je m'appelle Bernd Althusmann. Mes connaissances du français n'est pas encore très bon. Moi, je prends tous les jours et c'est pourquoi je passe mon temps à l'anglais. Dear Melanie, dear Terri Barnhard, dear Chris, dear Jody, dear friends and guests of CIC and Konrad Adenauer Foundation. It's my first time in Victoria and decided to stay. Yesterday I left Ottawa by -1, settled down by -27 last year in January in Ottawa. And looking to Victoria, someone here of the audience told me, you have not seen snow this year. Hopefully it's true. Wonderful. Wonderful circumstances. On behalf of Konrad Adenauer Foundation, I would like to welcome you all to our conference together with Canadian International Council Couchiching Conference here in Victoria under the topic Mobilizing Canada, Power Partnerships and Purpose in the New Global Order. Looking into the media today, and not only today, all the weeks before, there may be hardly a more suitable time to discuss about these topics. And therefore we are very happy to have here this morning Jody Thomas as former Deputy Defense Minister. And to say it very honestly, peace and freedom is inconceivable without security. Ladies and gentlemen, nationalism, populism, imperialism, without exception, brings nothing but injustice, poverty, and death. Anyone, only to mention it, I'm a father of my own 3 children in a hall with my 2 stepdaughters, 5, in between the age of 15 to 30. Anyone who loves their children should not and will not forget this sentence, ladies and gentlemen. And with a natural born skepticism, well known for Germans, I took part in Couchiching session conducted by our trusted partner CIC for the first time last year in Toronto together with Melanie at the beginning of October, end of September, and I was asked for short welcoming remarks. For short, I underline short. To be short is a very special challenge for former politicians and current troop maybe, but I admit today I had a hard time with it at first, what to say without boring you. And also Couchiching 2025 come together to talk about the future of your country as a foreigner in times of uncertainty. Even at that time last year, geopolitical developments more than worrying. The United States of America threatened to impose punitive tariffs on its former closest partner, Canada. And the US, looking around, is not really far away. And more or less seriously, to take over Canada as 51st state. Protectionism, populism, and the path of autocratic structures are taking considerable pressures last year and this year on the remaining democracies. Russia's war against Ukraine, Israel's attack on terror regime of Hamas in that time. Today we're looking to Lebanon. The war in the Middle East, China's threats against Taiwan, and the war against Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, only to mention it again, we are in a time of a systemic competition between the free and the unfree world, the democracies and the autocracies. The attacks on our legal system through disregard respect for the law and replacement by might is the right or might is right. That is a development which is threatening everyone. And meanwhile, the autocratic states are now in majority. Looking worldwide, right-wing, left-wing extremist parties make no secret of their rejection of democratic constitutions and contempt for the rules-based order. The threat of taking over Greenland from NATO allies, the events surrounding Venezuela attack on Iran, and its possible conflagration in the Middle East, and the potential for a protracted military conflict, with all its global economic consequences, have put the world in a state of grave danger to world peace. And the question is, obviously, how to return to a civilized world of democracies from this situation. And through these paths, we may hear different opinions today, and possibly also to agree or to disagree on some issues. But exactly the goal of principle of Couchiching conferences, to agree to disagree in a respectful manner, might be an important precondition. Last year I put this this way. The informed citizen is the backbone of democracy, especially in times of fake news and targeted disinformation. Today I say the informed citizen is the protective shield, and the recognition of the institutional law is the sword of a free democratic society. Konrad Adenauer, the first Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, we as a foundation named after him, he put it in 3 words, in 1 sentence. He said, 1950, we, as Germans, we choose freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, a civil place to disagree, Couchiching has excelled at attracting Canadians from all over the countries to participate in an exchange of ideas and national and international interests. This is the story of Couchiching and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, an institution dedicated for fostering informed discourse and strategic foresight. I consider this occasion not merely a common gathering, but a crucial opportunity for dialogue and deeper understanding. We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation are officially looking back with gratitude on 75 years of joint diplomatic relations between our countries, between Canada and Germany in November this year. 3/4 of a century of a friendship whose reliability and mutual appreciation is undoubtedly remarkable. We are thankful for that. Some declare, and I come to an end, 2026 to be a fateful year that could be marked by uncertainty about further international developments. Possibly true. A year that, after so many wake-up calls, I don't like this word wake-up call anymore, wake-up calls of 2025 and the years before could become another test of endurance in the transatlantic alliance, in the Indo-Pacific alliance with Japan, Australia, South Korea, and in the strong north along the Arctic. A test of courage within all middle powers in a fragmented world. Conceivable. But also a year of new opportunities for Canada and Germany and challenges that will help us to grow. So far this year for courage, change, and determination. I do wish all of you and all of us an exciting event with new insights, with fruitful discussions about what's next on the way to a new world order. Peace, freedom, the respect of international law, nothing, and I repeat, nothing is for granted. And do you know who is responsible for that? For peace, freedom, and the respect of international law? Is the one person you see every morning in the mirror. Every morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to work together hard for it. Thank you very much for your attention. That was my mistake now. And now I hand over to Jody Thomas. Wait a moment. I have to introduce you, Miss Jody. Jody Thomas returned to Victoria in 2024 after more than 35 years of experience in the Federal Public Service. In her last role, she served as National Security and Intelligence Advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau from 2022 until 2024. Ms. Thomas joined the Naval Reserves at age 17. And as a diesel mechanic was among the first women to serve a Canadian military vessel. Subsequently, she began her public service career in 1988 when she was appointed Chief of Business Planning Administration with Public Works and Government Services Canada's Atlantic region. 1995 to 2010, she held increasingly senior roles at Passport Canada, culminating in Chief Operation Officer. I think everyone knows you, last sentence. In March 2017, she joined the Department of National Defense, serving as a Senior Associated Deputy Minister, and in October 2017, she was appointed as Deputy Minister of National Defense, a role in which she served until January 2022. Jody holds Bachelor of Arts degree from Carleton. Importantly, Ms. Thomas has been at the center of some of the most seminal domestic and international decisions in recent Canadian history. The rest you will tell maybe by yourself to us. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here today. I have to say, when Chris invited me to speak at a conference with the title Couchiching, and it took me back to 1980 when I was a student representative at the Ontario Athletic Leadership Camp that used to be held every summer at Lake Couchiching, where they'd bring together a male and female student athlete from every high school in Ontario, and we'd learn about leadership, and we'd learn about world events, and we had conversations. Truly unique experience for a 17-year-old. Again, thank you for asking me to speak today. I fear many of you have heard me. It's a small island, but I'm happy to be here, and I think the things I have to say cannot be said too often. I will also say the problem with Victoria for you Eastern Canadians is allergy season comes early because of all the flowers. I will equally say that I've been retired for 2 years, so much of this is my opinion. And things could have changed by the time we walk out the door. I updated this as the situation was evolving in Iran, and it does not truly reflect that madness because I'm not sure how anybody can truly explain what's gone on there. 40 years ago, my father, who was the Vice Chief of Defense Staff, told then Minister Perrin Beatty in a discussion about defense that you can have as much sovereignty as you're willing to buy. Canada is currently buying back its sovereignty. I will begin with what is the first pillar of our place in the world, and that is diplomacy. The first step in buying Canadian sovereignty is investing in Global Affairs Canada and our diplomatic presence. Canada can no longer afford to be black and white about good countries or bad countries. We cannot continue to have valued judgments about who we are going to engage with in the world if we're going to have a voice. On any given day, we have 100 allies or none. Just look at the UK Prime Minister's reaction to Trump in the Oval Office, claiming Canada is the 51st state. He ignored it. He kowtowed to Trump. That's not the behavior of a friend, yet we consider the United Kingdom to be one of our greatest allies. So we must be present. Our diplomatic withdrawals from, as mere examples, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Afghanistan not only were virtue signaling that amounted to nothing diplomatically, they harmed Canadian interests. We have to be in all the uncomfortable places, having all the uncomfortable discussions, if we truly intend to be a middle power. This is why I believe Mr. Carney is correct in his engagement with China and India. It goes without saying that our national security and our economic security are inextricably tied. To be certain, guardrails are required. Where we will allow China to invest is a question. Holding India to account for their activities is a must. And while there are savings to be found, we should be concerned about wholesale reductions to the Department of Foreign Affairs. Canada needs a stronger presence overseas, not a lesser presence. And so those reductions will require a careful analysis rather than a large knife. Interestingly, I note that Canadians, or maybe should I say opposition and media, are critical of diplomats. They're critical of housing. They're critical of allowances. They see it as luxury. Yet the minute we see an impact on Canadians in the world, Mexico being the latest example, the first question is, are you sending flights to get us out? And in the case of Mexico, it was a hard no. But all of that to say, protecting Canadian interests in the world and Canadians requires a professional diplomatic corps. And the world of diplomacy is changing. The Globe and Mail called it the era of sycophancy. Prime Minister Carney tried elbows up and things got worse for Canada. The bully with the biggest stick wins, and for now, he's winning. So meeting him, charming him, and managing him, to the extent anyone is capable of doing that, is needed, uncomfortable as it is. So I believe the current approach is the right one. Hold the line, don't react to every tweet, every rant, but The sycophancy can and has gone too far. I don't ascribe to the characterization of Marc Lortie as the Trump whisperer. He is the Secretary General of NATO and needs to take a position to protect the alliance, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. The current line to describe the world, used by retired people like me, is great power rivalry. I wonder if it is. Increasingly, I believe it's a period of neo-royalism, a system dominated by rivalries of small groups of leaders and hyper-elites, a system focused on money, self-enrichment, and status rather than ideological superiority. This can be represented by unconventional and transactional foreign policy relationships and actions. Venezuela comes to mind. Greenland comes to mind. Per Politico, this could be about a small group of insiders who see themselves as exceptional and are demonstrating their dominance over subordinate territories. The pronouncement by POTUS that he is now running Venezuela is an example of this. It's a pattern, and it's worth further study. It's not the rules-based order, it's about dominance and self-enrichment. The reaction to the United States Supreme Court decision on tariffs was fascinating. Those who signed deals are now waiting to ratify them and will now experience a greater wrath from an angry President Trump. I've spoken at length with our former ambassador in Washington, and she says there is no going back to tariff-free trade with the U.S., even if the Democrats manage to win the next election. Tariffs have been sold to the American population, and they've bought it. Canada will have to find new markets and accept the cost of doing business with the U.S. It's pay to play. And Canada has no special status in the eyes of this administration. The second element of buying back our sovereignty is, of course, investing in defense. For the first time in any of our lifetimes, Canada faces kinetic threats that can reach our shores from an adversarial landmass. These are credible threats, and we have not met our expected contributions to NATO and NORAD for a very long time. We are, as a result, unable to defend ourselves. The Prime Minister has now said that we have met the 2%. I personally don't see how, and I don't see any discernible increase in readiness or capability. It's money yet to be spent. The goal is an enduring 2%, actually 3.5%, and tough decisions will need to be made. Difficult when Canadians do not have doctors and cannot afford homes, but it is necessary, and only time will tell whether the government will stick to this commitment. NATO not only has spending expectations, but capacity demands upon us. That capacity is all about Europe. We can meet the expectations and still focus on Canada and the defense of Canada, particularly by investing in the Arctic. What we must avoid is spending 3.5% of our GDP on defense-related investments that do not increase our capacity to defend ourselves. Critical minerals come to mind. As we grow to 5%, it is inevitable that other spending must be included in the defense tent, but not until that point. As Russia fights an illegal war and drains its economy, it continues to invest in building up its Arctic infrastructure to and beyond Soviet levels. This is not for nothing. Both China and Russia play a long strategic game, while Western democracies, Canada in particular, tend to think in terms of electoral cycles, 4 years or less. This will not help us. We have to have a long-term perspective. The old adage of use it or lose it about the Arctic has never been more relevant, and the lack of investment in infrastructure is telling. It's expensive and it's difficult, but if we wait until it's easy, it is too late. The Canadian Armed Forces has and is still resisting infrastructure in the Arctic, and this is, in my opinion, short-term and flawed thinking. To be clear, Trump's interest in Greenland has nothing to do with the GI-UK gap and everything to do with minerals and hydrocarbons. One need not be a political scientist or strategist to make the connection to Canada and our Arctic with identical geological structures. We do need to diversify defense investment and become less reliant on the US. We have been and must be interoperable with the United States Armed Forces. Geography demands it of us, but we don't have to be integrated. The defense investment strategy is a step in developing our own industry, particularly in areas where we have expertise or where supply lines become strained in times of conflict. Ammunition comes to mind, along with drones, sensors, and aerospace. We cannot be all things to all people, and so we should focus on and invest in best-in-class Canadian capacity that currently exists. I am not an advocate for cancelling the F-35. It is the best plane in the world. To cancel or limit it would cripple the Royal Canadian Air Force. We do need more than 88 jets, and so a mixed fleet is a reasonable option. The RCAF has said it is too difficult for them to manage a mixed fleet, but this should be seen as an opportunity. It will require losing the scarcity mindset that persists in the Department of Defense. Money is there. Let's think differently about how we're going to spend it. And the Defense Industrial Strategy was released last month. It sets out high-level ambition, but it's a bit light on details and provides zero guidance for small and medium businesses trying to enter the defense ecosystem. It also has no definition of what a Canadian original equipment manufacturer is, and this is likely by design. The lack of clarity will lead to contradictions within programs. That said, we cannot build a competitor to Lockheed Martin, nor should we, when we cannot allow the strategy to inhibit the Canadian Armed Forces from accessing the best equipment available. And we cannot fall into the trap of choosing equipment for jobs or regional benefits. We have to equip the men and women who put their lives on the line for this country. The Coast Guard's move to national defense is, in my mind, a positive step, something I've advocated for over a decade. It has nothing to do with 2%. It has everything to do with Canada and being able to understand what is happening in Canadian waters. And finally, I will say, as I watch all of this change from afar, I'm becoming concerned about the announcement trap. A lot of fanfare, but the underlying legal, policy, and regulatory work is undone. Codify the changes so the work can be done and scathing Auditor General on Parliamentary Budget Officer reports can be avoided so that the work is repeatable. Because I was the NSIA, I became very familiar with what is going on in terms of Canada and domestic security. Terrorism, domestic homegrown terrorism in particular, remains a concern, as do hate groups such as Proud Boys and Diagolon. Canada remains a target for organized crime, including cartels and transnational groups. I note that Winnipeg, Brampton, and Surrey have all asked the federal government to address gang violence. Again, some of it funded and fostered overseas. It's a disturbing, repeating pattern of provinces and municipalities throwing up their hands and asking for federal funding. When I was the National Security Advisor, multiple teenagers were arrested for trying to build bombs similar to the one used in the Boston Marathon bombing. They were radicalized online through mis and disinformation, and they were working to blow up, generally, LGBTQ2 pride parades. These were not 17 and 18-year-olds. These were 13 and 14-year-olds. This is a concern that we all should share and want something done about. I agree that the government needs a new national security strategy to increase the size and authorities of both CSIS and the RCMP. The CSIS Act is being updated, not before time, to allow it to operate in a modern world. And in a modern world, it is time for Canada to develop a foreign intelligence agency. It is critical for developing Canadian resilience. We simply can no longer be net takers of intelligence. I was long opposed to developing such a capacity, fearing two underfunded agencies. I now advocate for a foreign intelligence, human intelligence capacity, but I have the same concerns I had when I said no. Another underfunded capacity will cause lives to be lost. This needs to be done correctly, with enabling legislation and with an understanding of the cost, both financial and human. In a world where access to foreign intelligence can be limited, there is an increasing political, and where there is a increasing political overlay on assessment, our own intelligence is critical. And further, should we have intelligence that requires action, I'm not certain Canadians will trust intelligence from the United States, which I think is a sad reflection of the times we live in. I would like to turn now to foreign interference, and I'll start with the obvious. Foreign interference has always existed. However, the tools, techniques, and approaches to it have changed. Canada has done a good job in detecting foreign interference, but how to manage it is complex, particularly in the Canadian context. Intelligence is not evidence. Intelligence is a partial story. despite what was said by parliamentarians, there were no traitors in the previous parliament, and to imply there was is wrong. To name names of MPs who have been identified by CSIS is verging on McCarthyism, and that is not what Canada is about. I saw no intelligence to lead me to believe that parliamentarians had crossed a line into criminal or unethical behavior. Both Governor General Johnston and Justice Hogue, who led the public inquiry, agreed. What they did not say is that some of these MPs' behavior is incredibly stupid, and it leaves them open to manipulation. But they had not crossed lines. And I will also say that there had been a complete and compelling story, action would have been taken. We await a foreign agents registry. It will not add much to the story, but it's a commitment made, and so it needs to be completed. I think the weekly briefs that were held during the election of the findings of the site task force were an important step towards transparency in the national security community. And I'm certain very few of you watched those briefings. At the next federal election, it is important that Canadians understand what is happening inside an election and pay attention to those briefings. They told us what countries were trying to manipulate what ridings. And by being able to talk about it, we are stopping it. It matters. So does transnational repression. Foreign states are affecting the freedom of movement of diaspora communities in Canada through pressure, intimidation, and threats of violence. It's a corrosive influence on our democracy. I have no idea why somebody in the government recently said that the behavior is no longer occurring. It is, and it's unabated. Intelligence in the Trump world will be and is a challenge. Canada is fortunate to be a member of the Five Eyes. We benefit enormously, but we also contribute bespoke intelligence, particularly about the Arctic and in other ways that cannot be discussed. Our contribution is equal to our size, but we are net receivers. I am in the trust but verify frame of mind with regard to the US, but increasingly I'm concerned about the level of political influence on assessments, as I said earlier. What concerns me as much as the instability and politicization in senior leadership in the US agencies is that, for my Ottawa colleagues, there is a notable change in the collective desire to help. For example, during the height of the crises with India, I could call Jake Sullivan, President Biden's national security advisor, or anyone on the White House team at any time for assistance. And my successors do not enjoy that same access or collaboration. I don't think that there is any reason to believe that Canada will be removed from the Five Eyes, none at all. It would harm the United States. And the Five Eyes is more than just intelligence. Many departments have Five Eyes fora. That won't change. What is changing is how much the US shares. And as this changes, that is a concern. The United Kingdom and Australia have some capacity to fill gaps, but not fully. And we know of several files where US agencies are openly saying, no foreign eyes. So there are inevitably files where we are not aware of that caveat. The investments I just talked about buy back Canadian sovereignty. And my father was only speaking of defense. Our economic sovereignty, actually investing in Canada, has never been more crucial to protecting our national defense. Now, in terms of what's going on today, I do not believe that Trump will be successful with Putin in stopping the Ukraine war. And while a ceasefire is welcome in Gaza, as is the return of the hostages, we must remember that a ceasefire was in place on October 7th, 2023. The grandiose claims of peace deny the reality of the difficulties ahead. I do believe Canadian diplomats can play a role in what's ahead, but they need to be given a seat at the table, and PM Carney's relationship with Trump may allow for that. The ceasefire in Iran is tenuous, it's fragile, it's probably artificial. The goals of the war are unknown, and so the world waits to see what will happen, as average citizens are paying a terrible price. And I noted the Globe and Mail recently spoke of the politics of sycophancy. It's an interesting concept we're seeing in action. Keir Starmer's disgraceful White House behavior. Marc Lortie, to me, even worse. Maybe we saw the beginnings of change in Davos, and we did see some courage from Starmer today. Maybe it's the beginning of change. While Donald J. Trump is, to most Canadians, impossible to understand, the United States' withdrawal from the world has been signaled by both Obama and Biden. It's not affordable. the burden on the US is too high, and it's too much risk for the US. I actually agree with their concerns. But I, like so many, are startled and shaken by the aggressive military actions taken by the president, wars by any other name. I believe his anger at NATO is a result of his complete and utter lack of understanding of what NATO is. He doesn't understand the mandate. He sees it as an extension of American power, additional troops for him to command. And with the bluster about withdrawal, the question of the future of NATO is constant. I believe it can persist without the US, but it would be very different. He also cannot unilaterally withdraw the United States from NATO. Interestingly, Marco Rubio and Tim Kaine understood that there were very clear rules for entering treaties in the United States. There were very few rules about how you leave a treaty, and so they entrenched rules in Trump v1. But while that is codified, Trump can de facto withdraw the United States from NATO by withdrawing troops, withdrawing funding, and withdrawing leadership. So we should be concerned about that. I end, therefore, with my biggest worry, and that's the US military's ability to say no to the president. I believe it has been compromised, and we should all be concerned. American senior officers swore an oath to the Constitution, and it's an oath they take extraordinarily seriously. It drives their ethos. The president wants the oath to be to him. Should he be able to influence the general officer cadre in that manner, we all have reason to lose sleep at night. The recent firing of the Army Chief of Staff, I believe, is a consequence of him using the word no. I do have confidence, however, in Prime Minister Carney. His Davos speech was the right one to make, and it showed remarkable courage, something lacking right now in the G7. The question is, now what? Who is on board, and who will continue to kowtow to POTUS? So on that cheerful note, I look forward to the conversations of the day. Thank you.
I think we have some time for questions, and so I'd like to bring you back in the hot seat, but if you want, you can also take a seat to be more relaxed, and if we can have some of our runners maybe can be there. We have one fabulous one. I'm not sure if that's on, so I'll pass you this.
Good morning. Jody, my name is Michael Small. I'm the president of the Canadian Ambassadors Alumni Association, so I represent a lot of former public servants. I'll give you what my immediate reaction listening to you, which is I very much appreciate that you are a retired public servant. Why is it so rare to hear people from Ottawa speak as candidly and as honestly as you just have to this audience about the real challenges that are confronting us? Of course, when you're a public servant, you have to work within political guidelines and protect your political masters. But the lack of frank speaking historically, historically up until very recently, has been very striking. And it makes your remarks all the more valuable, quite honestly. And it just led me to wonder, why don't we hear people in senior positions, leveling with the Canadian public a little more than has been the case?
Well, there was a reason I was never the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, right? And why I wasn't asked to be an ambassador after my tenure. It's hard. So you get called out a lot. I spent more time on the front page of the Ottawa Citizen than I cared to for the things that I had to say. And so there's enormous personal risk. And I think that personal and professional risk is what stops people. And the slide towards not speaking publicly has been coming over years. Stephen Harper did muzzle public servants. And Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said that the muzzle was off until it became inconvenient, and then it went back on. And that's just the reality of public life. We are supposed to give honest advice, fearless advice, and loyally implement. And I think that's become confused with not informing Canadians of what's going on and not answering questions honestly. And I think it's unfortunate, I guess, is the bottom line. I'm also, I will say, in talking to some of my colleagues who are still in Ottawa and deputy ministers and ADMs, Prime Minister Carney, super smart. I'm not sure he's interested in advice. And so people aren't talking. And that becomes a problem. So it depends on how much risk you're willing to take. And my father once told me that to not speak truth to power not only was an utter waste of everybody's time, it's intellectually dishonest. And that has stuck with me my entire career.
Speaking of truth to power, my name is John Trelevin. I'm a retired public servant, foreign service officer. You're in a city of 460,000 people with 18 fire chiefs. The fire stations are full of trucks that cost between $750,000 and $1 million, and all of us as taxpayers are very happy when they're never used. And we never quibble about what we pay firemen who may never have to fight a fire. My question of you as a former Deputy Minister of National Defense and a senior public servant, how is it that at the political level, neither major political party in this country has ever persuaded the taxpayers of Canada that we need a functioning military as much as we need a functioning fire department?
Right.
We own houses, but we own this country. Why has the political process failed for decades to convince Canadians of what every mayor and every fire chief convinces them? We need the best, we need the brightest, and we must always be prepared for something that we don't want to have happen.
I have so many thoughts about this question. Number one, the firehouse analogy is a good one, but a house fire is a personal thing, right? And so we care about our own personal belongings, but we actually don't ever think the ballistic missile is going to drop on our house. So I think that's part of it. I hold Canadians responsible for the lack of investment. Canadians didn't care, and they really truly believed the United States would protect us. And I actually think the United States would come to our assistance. I look at General St. Louis, he would know better than I. I do think if something were to happen in Canada, a 9/11 equivalent, as an example, the United States would come to our aid. But we as Canadians have bought, and it's still happening, and I'm going to offend people, so I apologize, the Pearsonian myth of peacekeeping, that we are not, we don't require a military, we're peacekeepers. This country was, founded on the values and the effort and the sacrifice Canadians made in World War I and World War II. We would be a completely different country without that. And yet, in the 1950s and 60s, it was too easy to walk away from it with this concept of peacekeeping that never really existed and has only really truly worked as intended once. And so Canadians are accountable because they have thought about their individual needs as opposed to the nation's needs. And we're one of the few countries in the world where I believe we only think about the nation's needs at the Olympics, during a hockey game, when, and we wear our Maple Leafs proudly, but we don't think about the nation's needs in terms of investing in the foundations of what makes us a sovereign nation. And those investments are our military, our national police, our intelligence agencies, public safety, foreign diplomacy.
Hi, Jody. My name is Kaya, and I'm at UVic, and I study political science. Prime Minister Carney and our Foreign Minister, Anita Anand, have been making rapid bilateral trade deals with countries that have been often known as adversaries, such as China or India, especially for as a security risk, especially China involving like our critical minerals and I want to say like I wouldn't say espionage, but to that extent, just a security risk. Does the government of Canada's expansion of trade deals with countries that have been known to be a risk to us have any concern for Canadians and how they feel about security and intelligence, both in Canada and abroad?
So I actually support Prime Minister Carney making those trade deals. I think that a weakened economy affects our national security, right? We become a target then for all the nefarious influences in the world. But you can make those deals with pretty clear guardrails, understanding where countries can invest in Canada and where they cannot, and being crystal clear, precise about the expectations of behavior, you know, transnational repression being an example. So we have to be a more sophisticated country. You know, the United States has deals with China and India. The United Kingdom has deals with China and India. If we are going to thrive economically, we cannot not have trade deals with the two most populous countries in the world, and we are a trading nation. And so it is about us defining the parameters of those deals and sort of driving the deals ourselves as opposed to being net receivers, in my opinion. And so it's about a sophisticated approach as opposed to a values approach.
Jody, I was struck by your comment about taking 10 years to have the Coast Guard involved and part of the Department of Defense. With that in mind, while there's widespread support for the Prime Minister's policy statements about increasing defense spending and other things that he's come out with, at the end of the day, it's all about execution. And so the question is, how confident are you when it comes to the policy statement and then going deeper and deeper within the procurement bureaucracy? How confident are you in the actual execution in a very rapid way, because we have to move fast?
So I'm choosing to believe that the Defense Investment Agency and the Department of National Defense will be able to move the very large procurements very quickly. Submarines are an example of that. But as I said, the policy and the regulations around how this is going to happen haven't yet been codified. And so every procurement seems to be a new adventure. And what we need to have is procurement reform. And the Defense Investment Agency isn't the Defense Procurement Agency. We've talked about investing. We haven't talked about procurement reform. And that's what we need to see for change to happen. I do think that if Prime Minister Carney and his team have a long enough runway, they're going to be able to push a lot of this through, and they're willing to take some risk with it. What happens is if there is a change and the risk matrix changes, we start over with, with all of these procurements from scratch, and that is what has been the death knell for defense procurement over the last 50 years. So we need a couple of things. We need a long runway, we need codified change in terms of new process, and we need procurement reform. I think that the public servants and ministers who are on this file are really determined to see it happen, but you got to change some things for it to happen. So I'm hopeful, but it's going to take some work. Time?
I have one more question. If I was just a little alarmed by your support for the F-35s. It can be bricked by a software change, and the expense is going up while the Gripen is the alternative. It would be under our control. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't sacrifice our sovereignty, where the U.S. could tell us, no, we won't allow you to go on that mission with our F-35s. So.
There's a lot of mythology about the F-35 that I actually think the Air Force has to start talking about and the government needs to start talking about. So that's not quite entirely true. But there was a very long procurement process that ended up with the F-35 being the winning jet selected on capacity, cost, and industrial benefits. And because of the consortium approach with the F-35, industrial benefits had a higher percentage of weight in that procurement to ensure that Lockheed Martin was not given an advantage. So I believe that procurement processes in Canada, which are long and arduous and bureaucratic and difficult, generally do give us the right product at the end. The F-35 is the best plane in the world. I think we can manage a mixed fleet. And our relationship with the United States and NORAD requires their sharing some security information with whoever is going to manufacture our jet, which is why we've normally had for Canadian NORAD missions a US jet. So there are difficulties ahead with the Gripen regardless. It isn't as capable a plane. It's a good plane. I'm not criticizing it at all, but I don't understand why Canada should not have the best equipment possible for the men and women who serve us. And the F-35 is the best plane. But I do believe that we need more than 88 jets, and I think a mixed fleet is entirely a reasonable operating premise going forward. We have no problem recruiting pilots. You know, every kid who wants to join the armed forces at some point has thought about being a fighter jet pilot. And we have to recruit very few because we've had a very small fleet. There is an opportunity here to change that equation. But I do think some myth busting on the F-35 is required. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jody. And I think these won't be a surprise to you what those lovely chocolates are, locally made chocolates. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're about to break for coffee and conversation. I'm sure that there are many more of you that have questions to put to Jody. Certainly one of mine would be, how on earth are we going to pay for $500 billion worth of investment? But I'm sure we will also unpack that throughout the day. So please, everyone, help yourselves to some coffee here. Have good conversation. I think we have 15 minutes. Do we have, Chris? 10:30. Oh, we have half an hour. So enjoy, make some connections, challenge some people, and we'll see you back at 10:30. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started again. If you can make your way back to your seats.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
It's cozy, intimate.
Jonathan, have a seat. Some water for you. Thank you very much.
I'll give everyone another 30 seconds to sit down, please, so we can maintain our timing.
Oh, so she's up there, right here.
Just a few housekeeping notes. For anybody that did not pick up one of these beautiful name tags that have been printed out individually each of your names with love and attention. You can go pick them up before lunch, and then that way, when you're having conversations, it's easy to identify who you're talking to without having to remind yourself or ask the person 3 times, which usually happens to me. So please do go pick up your name tags if you haven't already. I'm going to officially now open our first panel of the day, and I'm so delighted to have such a robust panel with us. We have had a pre-conversation, and I must say this is a very thoughtful, overwhelmingly degreed and accomplished group. If you were to put all of their individual accomplishments together, it would be quite intimidating, and it has been, but they all bring very different perspectives to the conversation that we are going to be having. We talked about earlier on when I opened the panel that we are structuring our approach to this, looking first, what do we need and what are those conditions internally that we need to have in order to exert our power and influence and alliances and cooperation externally. And we're going to be looking at that through a few pillars: military and defense, institutional trust, economic resilience, social cohesion, and civic engagement. We're going to be approaching this through first some individual questions I'll be putting to our panel, very brief introductions. You see this QR code, and I should have said that right at the start of our event today. If you hold your phones up to that QR code, what should pop up is the bios of every speaker. And I actually think we are shifting the page to go to the right QR code. So I don't know, Leah, if you can move us onto the panel that actually shows our speakers. I think that should happen. So if you look at this, you won't get much on the QR code. It will take you to the main event page, but as soon as you see our panels, the panelists up there, you can do that and you'll be able to get their full bios. We have around 90 minutes for this conversation, and we want to make sure that we actually have a very good conversation. So we will be leaving at least 30 minutes for general discussion and dialogue, and I will be serving sometimes as timekeeper. I've promised this panel that I will sometimes pull the hook out if they are going on for too long, and they've assured me they won't, and I doubt they will, but just in case, I do have my trusty hook that's hidden behind here. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce this wonderful panel. So starting with in order of, I think it's alphabets, not order of prominence, but we have with us Michel-Henri Saint-Louis, who is recently retired and has recently returned from the US to Canada. He's served 6 operational deployments, spent 2 years embedded with the US Army, and most recently served as Canada's defense attaché to the United States. What an interesting perspective you will bring. He will bring us the view from inside Allied headquarters. So you're most welcome, Mike, Michel-Henri. Second, we have Shelley DeMello with us. She is CEO of the Intercultural Association for Greater Victoria and has spent 25 years in settlement and integration work across the private, public, and nonprofit sectors. She sees what Canada's social fabric looks like from the ground up. We're delighted to have you. Welcome. Jonathan Manthorpe, I think known to many in this room, is a journalist and author with somehow 50 years under his belt as a foreign correspondent. I want to say a prolific author as well. His most recent book on Canadian democracy is what he calls a depreciation report on our democratic institutions. You can imagine what he might be speaking on today. Can't wait to get into that. Dr. Cynthia Milton is a Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada and the new Director at the Centre for Global Studies here at UVic. Her research examines how institutions meant to serve the public good can in fact reinforce exclusion and what genuine renovation requires. Again, I think this will be a fascinating exploration into our institutions. Last but not least, Lauren Dobell is Executive Advisor to Bone Social Impact. In recent years, she has helped launch Van City Community Investment Bank, co-founded the Pan-Canadian Table of Impact Investment Practitioners, and served on the federal steering group that recommended Canada's inaugural Social Finance Fund. All right, panelists, are you ready? Yes. Okay, so we're going to start with a soft lob, and more that, you know, I love gossip, and it's really, I think, quite unique, Marc, to have you here, Mike, to have you here, having spent 2 years embedded. And the first question to frame this discussion is what our partners see. How do our partners see Canada? And what gives Canada credibility in these rooms? And where have you seen that credibility thin?
Merci, Melanie. Bonjour, tout le monde. Hope you can hear me. Before I get into answering that first question, maybe a thought that I was thinking as I was driving in and listening to the first panelist, my previous boss, Madame Thomas. So 10th of April, 109 years ago, was the second day into the attack onto Vimy Ridge that was led by the Canadian Corps with its 4 divisions for the first time. And this was day 2 of the advance. We had already lost 2,312 Canadians. The attack continued for another 2 days, and by the end of it, we had lost a little bit over 3,000 Canadians in what came to be kind of a mythical day in our history, the day that Canada came together, birth of a nation. And here we find ourselves today at a conference talking about what is Canada's role and place in the world, and being asked what brings Canadians credibility. Some of it is that history of what we have done in the past, being able to do hard things, and hopefully being able to do them again. In my last couple of years in DC, I got a chance to go and visit most of the places where we have Canadian Forces members that are working, that are embedded, that are performing their duties. Every day there's more than 750 Canadians in the US military's architecture, either on course, on exchange, being deputy commanders of different outfits. And in every one of those visits, every American leader said, we want more Canadians here. We need Canadians here. We come with amazing reputation, expertise, and credibility. Just off the bay here in Whidbey Island, there's a US station that up to until 1986 was classified, but its mission has been declassified since. So this is the place where you monitor enemy submarines in the Pacific. We have a Canadian commander of a submarine here in the room. He's incognito in suit. I will show you who he is at the break. So this place in Whidbey Island, manned by the US Navy, looks after all enemy submarines in the Pacific. Bunch of sonar experts and anti-submarine warfare experts, and they're looking at these screens, which matrix-like things coming down. I have no idea what they're looking at. It's not French. And they interpret what they see and can pinpoint where the enemy submarines are in the Pacific Ocean. At the end of my visit, the commander of the outfit had heard that we were going to put Navy sonar detectors on a similar place in the Atlantic Ocean. And he wanted to make sure that I heard from him that his mission was going to fail if he did not have the Canadians there. They were critical to his mission success, and he was worried that the Canadian Navy didn't have enough. So, that being said, we do come with some baggage, though. If I tell you that everyone wants more Canadians, they do. But sometimes we come off as preachy, as moralistic. Sometimes we come off as thinking that we're better than others. And sometimes we kind of surf on our past reputations of what we have done in the past. We also come up to these positions with a perception that in our country we are not serious about defense. And that is a topic I think this panel will tackle. And lastly, sometimes we are asked to lead. While I was in Washington, you had a Haitian crisis again, with gangs taking over the country. And while I don't have an opinion on was it a military good idea or not to go into? When Canadians in Canada was asked to lead that mission by the US, we said we couldn't do it or we didn't want to do it, and Kenya stepped up to lead the mission. So sometimes we are asked to lead and not able or not willing to do it. So those are some of my vignettes. I look forward to the conversation and listening to my other panelists about their perceptions. Merci, Melanie.
Merci, merci. So many points to add on to that, but I will also be disciplined, and this is again a set of framing questions to lead on to some others. So I'm going to move on to Shelley now, and this specifically looks at the question of the hundreds of thousands of newcomers that Canada welcomes. It's been, I think, a controversial issue in not the arrival of newcomers, but how the government has mismanaged generally the previous government. There was a lot of criticism in terms of actually building the proper infrastructure to welcome and to bring new Canadians into the fold and ensure that they are able to contribute in the way that they intend. How much influence capital is Canada leaving on the table by failing this cohort and by failing to fully mobilize the people it invites in? And by mobilize, that means support and engage and ensure that they're set up for success.
Thank you. I don't have the incredible projection that my colleague Michelle Henry has, so I am going to use the mic just to make sure you can all hear me. And what an incredible question to be asked, Melanie. Just going to be straightforward, maybe even a little bit blunt. The Conference Board of Canada, in their report called The Leaky Bucket, quantified the loss of this influence capital at about $25 billion. If we were to tap into the knowledge, the experience, the incredible wealth of talent, skills, knowledge, attitudes that live within our immigrant, refugee, and newcomer communities, I'm sure that would put quite a bit of a dent in the deficits that we're always talking about, right? And I love how you framed, Melanie, that we've been at these crossroads for the last little while around the number of immigrants. Is it the right number? Back in 2024, we were welcoming approximately 500,000 immigrants to the country. That number has decreased in the last 2 years down to about 380. And we all in the room have probably experienced different levels of immigration numbers throughout the last decade. I know when I joined the sector in 2009, 2010, we were just sitting at about 160,000 immigrants we would be welcoming a year. And so the exponential increases are incredible. And you'll see in media that this question of immigration has been watered down to the point of, do we have enough? Is it too much? It's a very binary conversation at the moment. But I'd like to pose a different view on this. It's not about how many, it's about how many are being underutilized. How many people we already have here within our own communities who are doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, medical professions that don't have access to prosperity and influence that they could. And so it's not a question for me of numbers, of how many should or should not. It's a question of what do we do and how do we create pathways to prosperity and belonging for people when they arrive. And so we've got disconnects at different levels. The federal government makes decisions about who comes into the country, when they can come into the country, and how they have access to our systems. The provinces and the municipalities end up being the places, the spaces that are tasked with welcoming them, for them to create homes, to access our communities, to be able to contribute. And so right there, you can see that there is a disconnect between who comes in and then how our systems are prepared to welcome them and how our systems are prepared to allow them to contribute. And so that loss, that approximated $25 billion worth of latent capacity, sits there. And, you know, when we think about what it means to have that underutilized capacity within our communities, when we think about how we can approach this differently, in the context of Prime Minister Carney's Davos speech of us being a middle power, Canada has always been seen as a beacon of how to welcome people. This was seen in the 2015-2016 Syrian refugee crisis. This was then exemplified as the Ukraine-Russian war began and Canada opened its doors through the Q8 visa holders to welcome Ukrainians to Canada. We have always been a beacon, a light of welcoming. But until we can answer the question of how we tap into those talents and skill sets that are already here, we will underutilize the potential to connect ourselves to global markets. Because immigrants are individuals that come as natural risk takers. They already come with a propensity to contribute and want to contribute. And I know you all have heard about the tropes, you know, doctors, engineers, health professionals that are working as gig workers, that are driving Ubers, and what that means to get them into meaningful work. And again, I referenced the Leaky Bucket report. That report highlights the disconnect between what it means to be able to tap into that talent and how to connect people. So if we were to do this right, we would reduce the time for credentialing. And what I mean by that is we would give those international talent, a platform for quickly entering back into their professions. We would remove the necessary requirements by employers to look for Canadian experience, which is just a catch-22, and base decisions, employer decisions on competency. And we would say to these newcomers, these vessels of contribution, we not only welcome you here, we will create pathways to belonging.
Thank you so much, Shelley. And I think in a very eloquent way of pointing out again something that Mike touched upon, which is we can be a little preachy and sanctimonious about how good we do things and what values we put out. And there's another area as well where responding to specific acute crisis to welcome newcomers doesn't necessarily translate into a coherent approach or strategy that helps everybody. And it could be a very effective way to really build towards greater, you know, looking at that 25 billion, we need to figure out a way to pay for this defense strategy. So there we go, right there. That's 25 we can check off. Jonathan, I know you're not going to be mincing any words when you get into this next topic, and certainly the question of trust in institutions. And your recent book describes Canadian democracy as needing a depreciation report. We recently conducted a survey. Many of you in the room answered this survey, asking, you know, your levels of confidence in our government to manage the current crisis situation we're in. It was right in January 2026, and it was overwhelmingly positive in terms of how satisfied at the time I will say you all, this segment of Canadians, many from Victoria, were with how the crisis is being handled with the US and confidence in the Carney government to navigate the relationship with the US. That may have changed. Certainly will be a question we'll be asking in 12 months' time. But my specific question to you, Jonathan, to get you started, is there a gap between the trust Canadians express in government responding to an immediate threat, so in that acute moment, and the actual long-term health of the institutions that they're trusting?
Yes.
I
don't know what the range of this is like. First, of course, that just shows that the people in this room are far better engaged in current affairs than are most Canadians. But I just want to pick up on, as I work into this, something that has been in the background before, and that is the issue of, and in fact is the theme of this conference, is the importance of the soundness of our democracy as an essential element in our security. I'm just coming to the end of writing a new book, which is on the history of Canada-US relations. It's called Defiance, and I hope to have it out in time for the midterms in November. But one of the things that comes through very clearly is that every time there has been political upheaval or insecurity in Canada, the people in the US to the south who are keen on assimilation start sniffing. And I think we can actually see that in Alberta even today, can't we? There's clearly some aspirations to promote separation in Alberta coming from south of the border. And that is nothing new. I mean, one of the things that is clear when you look at Canadian history and you look at what has happened in the last year or so, is that there is nothing new. It has all happened to us before, and we have dealt with it before, and we will deal with it again. But an essential element in it is that we keep our own political culture strong. Now, in my last book on Canadian democracy, I used the state of 24 Sussex Drive as a metaphor for the state of Canadian democracy. It's a bit over the top, I admit. But even so, 24 Sussex Drive has got rats in the rafters and raccoons in the basement and is uninhabitable. And it is, I think, for two reasons. One, complacency, and two, lack of political courage to repair it. And I think one can say the same about Canadian democracy. Rats and raccoons have been seeping into the brickwork of our Canadian democracy, and we've either ignored it or haven't had the political courage to address it. Let's just start with Parliament. We have allowed the denigration of the ordinary members of Parliament, and despite what you people in this room think about the sanctity of our political system, only about 50% or so of Canadians think that it's working. And they feel the same about provincial governments and about municipal governments, and I'll come to that in a little while. But the role of the ordinary member of Parliament as a representative of the constituency who sent them there, which is the essence of the parliamentary system, it's a very simple, straightforward system. We elect somebody to go and represent us in Ottawa. They converse amongst themselves and they decide who they support for Prime Minister. And that's it. That's the way the system works. But what has happened over the last few decades, probably going back to the 1960s or even before, is that we have assumed a semi-presidential system with the Prime Minister becoming a quasi-president. And this has happened partly because the political parties have allowed it to happen, partly because we've adopted a culture of celebrity, and partly because we've also adopted a sort of sports analogy view of politics, winner take all. The essence of a parliamentary system is a collegial one, but we're not using that. The other thing, I think, well, here's a good example of what has happened with the adoption of celebrity politics. You know, parties have become branded by the celebrity or the character of their leader. And no clearer picture of that can be seen than the transfer from Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney. You know, the Liberal Party went from being a Liberal Party to essentially being a progressive Conservative Party. We now have a progressive Conservative government, and it was done overnight, but that's one of the glories of the parliamentary system, but that's what we've got. Much to the frustration, of course, of the Conservative Party itself, but we do. I mean, if we're honest with ourselves, we've got a progressive Conservative government. But that also is a sign of how the branding of the leader has become the branding of the party. Now, you know, maybe we live with that or not, but it can be a problem. The other thing, and I think that this is perhaps the underlying event of the last 40 years that has denigrated the role of of individual MPs, and certainly as on social issues, is the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, back in 1982, I took a little time out from journalism, and I was part of a very small group of 5 people in London who advised Pierre Trudeau on the state of British view of what he was trying to do on patriation of the Constitution, and also liaised. And the Charter of Rights and Freedoms was a problem from the very start. The British at that point had not got in political union with the European Union, and so therefore they had no constitution, and they believed and still believe in many ways that written constitutions are anathema to a parliamentary system. And I tend to agree with that, I do. And I think that one of the problems with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is that it introduces into the parliamentary system a constitutional system. And the two are very, very different animals, and they don't cohabit very easily. And so we have a system where essentially all the responsibilities for difficult social issues have been taken out of the hands of members of Parliament and have been handed to appointed judges. And the members of Parliament, of course, have often been very happy to have difficult issues like same-sex marriage no longer their responsibility. But it is not good for the system. It is not good for Parliament. Now, my own view is that as soon as Trudeau was forced by the premiers to include the notwithstanding clause, then the whole justification for the Charter of Rights and Freedoms fell away. It just didn't make any sense anymore. I think at that point, Trudeau should have gone back to John Diefenbaker's 1960 Bill of Rights, an act of Parliament, and reaffirmed the supremacy of Parliament on all these issues and not the courts. Now, as we're seeing, provinces and premiers 40 years afterwards using the notwithstanding clause more and more, we may well get to a point in the foreseeable future where the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is just dysfunctional, and we have to go back to the Bill of Rights. But to do that, of course, we are going to have a system of federal-provincial relations and negotiation that actually works. We don't. We had patriation because 50 years before, the British had said to the Dominions, the 4 Dominions in the Statute of Westminster, look guys, you're grown-up kids now, why don't you leave home? And Australia, New Zealand, South Africa said, yes, fine, we're off, thank you, Mummy and Daddy, here we go. We couldn't agree on an amending formula, and so we said, well, look, yes, thank you, but we'll stick around for a while. And that went on and on. The Depression, the Second World War, the post-war period of growth, and finally, of course, we got round to it in 1981-82. And the Constitution was patriated. We now are masters in our own homes, except, of course, we have still not been able to agree a method for using and amending the Constitution. We tried with Meech Lake, we tried with Charlottetown, and nothing has worked. So we really don't have a workable system for adjusting our country to changing times. Immigration is a good example. Here we have a really vital issue where the federal government has power over one aspect of it, but it's the provinces and the municipalities that have to deal with the outcome. And we have no real national forum where these sort of issues can be talked about, hammered out, and compromised. And we need one, I think. We really do. We also we need to bring the cities in here somewhere into our national discussions. We are no longer a rural people. We are an urban people. 80% of Canadians live in cities. We fancy ourselves as people of the forest, but we ain't. We're urbanites, all of us, or most of us. And yet our cities have very little framework or position in the framework of the country. In Quebec, Ontario and in BC, over half the population of those provinces live in their major conurbations. Over half. And that's going to increase. If you add Calgary and Edmonton together, it's the same in Alberta. And yet these cities, these are the places where the great social issues of our times are being hammered out. But these cities are not cohesive in many, well, most of them are not. Until very recently, Montreal had 82 municipalities. This Greater Victoria area where we are now has 13. John Trevelyan was talking about the fire chiefs. We have that many fire chiefs because we have that many municipalities in a relatively small place. Our cities have no control over their own fundraising, and they have no significant role in the national voice.
So you're saying decentralization. You're saying the moving away from the rigidity of certain documents and guideposts that no longer serve our purpose.
Yep. And
I'm going to move on now to Cynthia, who is building on this a little bit, but from the academic standpoint. And Cynthia has studied quite a lot in her career, but one particular area has been to look at institutions that are meant to serve the public good actually being exclusionary, talking about our post-secondary institutions. And so my question to you, Cynthia, is if we're going to really position ourselves internationally as a connector amongst middle powers, amongst democracies, what does it need, what do we need to reckon with domestically about the foundations of our own democratic claims?
Thank you, Melanie, and merci beaucoup. So I work here at the University of Victoria. I'm the director for the Centre for Global Studies, but I'm actually going to put on a different hat and take the perspective of a different entity of knowledge. So I'm a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada. I imagine there are several fellows here in the audience from the Royal Society of Canada. And I joined the Royal Society in 2014 as part of a social experiment. The Royal Society of Canada was founded in 1882, and it was set up by what we might consider the founders of our country. They were the intellectual architects of what became our nation. And like other G7 countries, we have this Royal Society, or we have an academy that recognizes excellence and rewards excellence and knowledge. In that reward structure, we're actually gatekeeping. We're deciding what knowledges are in and what knowledges are out. So the social experiment that happened in 2014 was the Royal Society, which was largely male, largely white, and largely older, opened up and created what was called a college. They brought in for 7 years early to mid-career scholars, and I was fortunate enough to be one of those early career scholars. And that college represented Canada in its diversity. We had gender parity, we had regional and linguistic and ethnic representation of what Canada actually looked like. And so we got to work, and we worked with our allies within the RSC, and we created a task force to address what had just come out, which was our Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Now, I'm an historian, I work on colonialism, I work on political violence, and I think about the rest of the world. And here I was joining this illustrious society, and I thought for a minute, we have our own Truth Commission, and we have our own historical reckoning to do. And so with other allies inside the RSC, we created a TRC task force, and we got to work. We created a study, so I brought it here, and I'm willing to share, I've got lots of copies for everyone, that looked at the relationship between the RSC and Indigenous peoples. And it became very clear going through the RSC's own archives that we have been gatekeepers. And as we've built our nation, we've been building that nation on adapting and extracting Indigenous knowledge to create the Canada that we have, while marginalizing that knowledge and not having Indigenous knowledge keepers within the RSC. The RSC has changed, and this is where I want to get to the question about democracy. By RSC looking at their past and owning that past and then adapting to that past by creating things like studies, and now they have task force, and now they go off to Australia and New Zealand and are working on best practices there and opening up their membership and then bringing in college members. They're doing that hard work of trying to represent the diversity of what our country is and making decisions that are beyond just one person, one vote, but actually creating that civil connection that we need. So the RSC is doing this work. Now I put my other hat on. I see the universities as also places for doing this work. Historically, universities have been gatekeepers, but they have since the 60s been opening up. The University of Victoria, for me, is an astounding place because we do host the first Indigenous legal orders within our law system. We have Indigenous governance, but beyond that, we actually recognize trans-systemic knowledge, that we can only be as good and we can only have excellence through our ability to think as a group, not to do group think. And thinking as a group means thinking with our diversity. Thank you.
And again, my first time on campus, seeing that Indigenous law school and building it's really something. It's absolutely magnificent. So great steps, and I think lessons to be learned by how UVic is also looking to try to tear down some of those barriers and gatekeeping. Last but not least, Lauren. Switching gears to economic resilience, and you've spent your career building financial systems that connect public capital to community impact. When we talk about economic resilience as a pillar of Canada's influence capital, is the domestic investment infrastructure actually there? Where are the gaps that you can identify, and I know this is a big question, between the capital that exists and the communities and sectors that need it?
So many notes from the other panelists, I ran out of cards. But I'm increasingly seeing hot pursuit questions burning in everyone's eyes. So I'm going to just stick a pin in 3 things and hope that we return to them. First, we're all talking about forms of capital. Democratic capital, security capital, human capital. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Beg your pardon. I don't project at all. So saying we're all talking about forms of capital, and you can talk about forms of capital in terms of assets or deficits. As a middle power, our strategy is to muster all of our strengths and all of our assets to punch above our weight in a global environment. And I'm going to argue that at a time that our security and our democracy and our unity and our sense of solidarity are all under threat, we can't afford to squander any of those assets. The financial ones are, we'll come back to that. I think first, being the best Canada we can be on the world stage is essential to the credibility and legitimacy and robustness and resolve that we can bring to that world stage. And we can't think of any piece of what we bring as discretionary. I was wanting just to build quickly on Mr. Treleaven's analogy of the firehouse, and thinking there are, well, I wanted actually to extend it to wildfire season. And at wildfire season, we need all of our strengths mustered together. There are also the very uncomfortable fact that most wildfires are either set deliberately or accidentally by humans. If you have our human capital militating against us, if you have people feeling excluded, if you have communities feeling underserved or alienated or overlooked, we're not going to have the economy, we're not going to have anything else that we need to bring to the world. So, second point. Did I do that right? Did I channel our Prime Minister? Second point is that when we're talking about values-based realism, as President Stubbs does, or combining pragmatism and principle in our quest for strategic alliances, as the Prime Minister does, they talk about the necessity of compromise. And probably that's true on a world stage. Domestically, I think we should try not to think about necessary compromise, but try to think about a virtuous circle of mutual reinforcement, of integrating the way in which we think about all forms of capital. This is certainly the thinking behind the Federal Social Finance Fund, that we must always strive to invest in a way that is not only financially, but environmentally and socially positive. In building a domestic economy under these conditions, I think, increasingly people wonder if there's any legitimacy to investing anywhere, any other way, that especially with our public dollars, we should be striving to hit what we used to call at Van City a triple word score, so that everything is mobilizing for a better economy, a better society, a better environment. In fact, I know from talking to students, it's increasingly bizarre to them that you could invest any other way. So that's my final thought is, sort of a call to action for financial activism. Every single place we put our capital is an act of investment in the economy, is an act of investment in our society and everything else, whether it's active or passive, intentional or unintentional. In the impact investment world, we like to say that it's all impact investment. It just may not be the impact you want. So whether, at in policy and regulation, in the way pensions invest, and Prime Minister Carney's particularly impressed by our pensions, but they're not very much invested in triple bottom line assets, and we can go into that later. In investing in your local economy RRSP eligible, in ensuring that philanthropic organizations have disbursement criteria, but more importantly, criteria for how they invest their endowments. So if $1.6 billion of your community foundation endowment is invested in no restrictions, no values, standard pension fund on the basis of a fiduciary duty to maximize profits, that more than negates the tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars that you put out in granting. Your endowment investments are militating against the good that you sincerely desire to do in the world. And then to whether you've bought your copy of Heated Rivalry from your local bookstore from Amazon. I mean, that's a vote. And so, from the most, in orders of magnitude, from the most capital to the least capital, every place you invest is an act of shaping the Canada we want to be and to project on the world stage. So I'll leave it there.
And a very good place to leave it. And I'm going to skip ahead to a question that I think, we've talked about how much we're going to be spending on defense, that we've talked about how many jobs are going to be created, which is going to be, it's a fantastic economic stimulator. There definitely are some questions around, can we do this can we meet the commitments that we have made and those projections and targets? And how can we do so in a way that can actually help to address some of the challenges that have been raised on the stage today? So I'm going to ask Mike to first talk a little bit, because it is really the question du jour is, do we have the infrastructure to build versus certainly simply partnering and buying, which would seem money leaving the country rather than generating money. And hearing some of the comments from the fellow panelists, do you see any linkages that could be a benefit to all?
Yes. I'm a romantic at heart, maybe a little bit naive, but I think the answer is yes. We can do this. But I would propose to you that there's 3 conditions, so that I'm putting a but after my yes, and 3 challenges that I think we need to address if that is to come to fruition. And I'll stay away from saying how it can link to the other sectors and let my other experts weigh in on that. We need to stop changing our minds. I heard him, love it. I'm not that old as a Canadian, even if I've been retired for a couple of months, but I've lived in a country that elects governments that usually do not have a security and defense platform. Some of them do. They develop it in the campaign trail, and their policy often boils down to what project they will cancel if elected. I love being retired, by the way. I can say a bunch of stuff. This is awesome. Governments seldom get elected on articulating a security and defense policy that Canadians are fired up to vote for. We vote for someone that's going to cancel something and give us something else in return. We need to stop changing our minds. We need to be willing to take risk. And when I say we and I say risk, I'm talking about political risk. So if we accept that governments don't change their minds and have a constant, they have to be willing to take some political risk. You heard previous boss of mine talk about the F-35, and she's put in a position to defend an expensive project for our country. If the Prime Minister announces today that he's picking the F-35, there's a political cost immediately. Probably in this room, there's a majority of you who think that that would be a bad decision. We can talk over lunch what I think. I'm an infantry officer, not good opinion. But there's a political cost. So there needs to be a willingness to take risks, and there needs to be a willingness to spend the money that it takes to get the elements of hard power we have gone without. We cannot shoot down missiles coming towards Canada on our own. We cannot go and deploy as part of a naval task force and provide credible, real power, hard power capabilities today. We can do a lot of great things, and I've been blessed to be able to do great things. But there's elements of hard power we do not have. So those are the three conditions. And the challenges we face, if I can go quickly, there has to be an acknowledgement that in leadership position, currently in the forces and in my department, my previous department, sorry, none of us have done growth. We have all had to do more with less, year after year after year. From the Army I joined in '87, as a commissioned officer in '92, 87,000 soldiers, sailors, aviators, to the shadow of a force we have today. We do not know how to do growth. This is uncomfortable for the people in charge, so they will be challenged with that. There's also inertia in our bureaucracy, and the last point linked to that is you get the behavior you reward. The gentleman in charge of all the retired ambassadors there, my hat's off to your service, but you get the behavior you reward. And while in service, if I would have said some of this 6 months ago, yeah, I might have had a talking by the current deputy minister who says, who are you, General St. Louis, to be saying that? And I've seen senior leaders in positions above me speak truth to power during the wars of Afghanistan or at other times, and that seldom goes well for the rest of their career. So you get the behavior you reward. Are we willing to do the hard things, take some risk, and face the challenge that is before us? I think we can. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you. Cynthia, do you want to jump in? And then after that, Jonathan.
Sure. So thank you. I want to circle back to what Bernd had said in his opening remarks for the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. You said, oh, I want to circle back to, is this not on yet?
It was on.
This one? It's on. It's on. I want to circle, I think this one's actually better. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I want to circle back to your opening remarks from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. You said, Bernd, that informed citizen is our protective shield for democracy. And so I agree that Canada, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. I do agree that we need to defend our nation, but I want to be able to defend our nation in a way that does so that we're also building up our informed citizenry. I worry a little bit when we think of defense solely in our military capacity. I worry about what that might mean for the militarization of our society. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. We're also, O Canada, our home on native land, right? O for a preposition. We need to think, when we discuss places like the Arctic, the need to defend the Arctic, and we think about the Arctic as a space of military potential, as a space of critical minerals, and we do that in the absence of thinking about the Inuit, about their cultural well-being, about their knowledge. We're going back to the Canada on native land as opposed to our Canada. And we have to move away from that kind of thinking, because that is what the RSC thought of from 1880 to the 1930s, when they turned to the Arctic and they thought, here is a resource-based land, here is our sovereignty. And again, I'm combining a lot of things, but we need a defense, to think of defense as informed citizens. And I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and I'm not suggesting that you're saying otherwise. I just want to pull the focus back to what Bernd was saying about our people being our defensive shield for democracy.
Just a few quick words. We don't pay enough attention to Australia. Here we are. Well, there are many similarities obviously in our colonial history, but also small populations on vast countries with huge resources. There are also of course, some significant differences. The big one, of course, that they are out there largely by themselves, and we have a big neighbor. But just on this whole issue of public acceptance of security in the broadest sense, in Australia, they have never had any problem with this. Defense policy and foreign policy generally are bipartisan issues. Changes of government in Australia very seldom result in significant changes in either security or foreign policy. There is a national consensus on that. We have never achieved that, as you said. A government comes in and the helicopter contractor's gone, or submarines or whatever. The Australians have never had this problem, and we should look, I think, a little more closely at the way they've managed this politically. They also, by the way, and I should have mentioned this earlier, they have something which I think we should adopt, and that's a legal requirement for people to vote in all elections. We're pretty hot. We're pretty hot on rights in Canada, and quite properly so, but there are also responsibilities that come with it, and people ought to be required to vote. It works perfectly in Australia. They usually have their elections on Saturdays, and everybody goes for a barbecue afterwards. We can't do that, of course, in winter elections, but even so, I don't see any reason why Canadians should not be required to vote. Municipal elections, you're lucky if you get 20 to 25% of voters out. Our current government, with an election, a critical election, maybe one of the most critical elections in the history of the country, only 68% of Canadians turned out. The majority government of Ontario, last election, 19% of registered voters support that majority government. We need a legal requirement to vote.
Thank you so much. We are tearing through time, which I didn't notice, so I am going to have to skip ahead to a couple of other questions. And this one is, I think, meant to be a closer, but I think it can also be a nice opener. We're talking about innovation, coordination. What can we be doing between different sectors to think outside the box, I think, to stop staying in our lanes when we're talking about defense. Let's include more of a whole of society approach, and let's educate, and let's make sure, too, that when we're talking about defense, we're talking about building the resiliency of citizens and strengthening our democratic institutions so it works better and it's more representative, that we have better plans and programs to welcome and actually build newcomers, give them a platform to actually succeed. And when we're talking about investing, to be, ensuring, what is it that we're getting the triple word score, a triple score, when decisions are being made about where capital is being placed. So this is a short one, but really important, and I think will help to also feed into the panel that we're having this afternoon. And that is, and I'll ask each of you to answer this question, what must Canada get right at home before it can lead abroad? Back to you, Mike.
I've been asked to start again. They all get the benefit of building on what I say as well. I'll use some of the stuff Jonathan said and others. We need a national security strategy. Because I'm in the Army, I kind of love strategies. I kind of love being told what to do by my government and not have to make it up as I go. But I believe we need a national security strategy. There's benefits for a government not to have one, because then it can't be held to account if it doesn't fulfill it. So it gives you some freedom. That being said, I think we need to clearly state what is it we want to defend, what are the choices we make and ways and means to achieve that end. And just like Jonathan just mentioned, that cross-cutting, bi-party, tri-party, or across different party lines, acceptance of what is within our national interests and what needs to remain constant to changes of government, I think is the second element we need. But I believe that we have done hard things before. We are in a peculiar position in time. We have a particularly unified country on most issues, even if now it's not just my friends in Quebec, but Alberta wants to leave. Je comprends rien.
Nous non plus.
But I think we can show up with the best version of ourselves and have governments that make those hard choices with a couple of elements that need to be put in place. I look forward to your questions and hearing your points of view if you are willing to make those hard choices too, because it relies on us, all of you.
Thank you, Mike. Shelley?
I think how I want to answer this question is actually through an anti-oppression lens. I often approach our work by asking some very basic questions. Who's included? Who's not included? And why have we chosen who's included and who's not included? And if we can answer those questions, we need to be honest about who's at the table and who's making those decisions. And so we do have tough choices as a nation. We've definitely in all sectors and all corners of this country being asked to do more with less. That is particularly true for the immigrant serving sector at the moment. Having said that though, there is immense creativity and knowledge and experience that comes in all of these sectors. And as people much smarter than I have said, you know, the answers are sometimes very simple. How do we create pathways to acceptance, not being fearful of the diverse population that we have welcomed here, and that we can look at each other in the eye and say that I value you for what you bring and how you will contribute to my community in the end, as opposed to worrying about what you will take from me or what will be left for me. And, you know, I hearken back to my own education for the students in the room as you expound theory and put them into practice. And I remember very simply, you know, that it isn't about how big of a slice of the pie I can obtain, but whether or not I can grow that pie. And this country, despite its austere moments, is filled with abundance. And we learn that very distinctly from our First Nations communities, that this country is filled with capacity and community to build something better.
Okay, sorry. Well, I just, something to pick up on something that Lauren said, you know, we are in the midst of seeing one of the most extraordinary moments of national cohesion that I've certainly seen in my lifetime, and I go back to Louis Saint Laurent. I'm a pre-boomer. You know, we have seen this bi-Canadian movement, which has just sprung up out of the earth. I've seen some interesting stuff coming out of the States, because they do not believe that this is not a politically inspired movement. They think that somehow it's a move in the whole tariffs wars. But it's not. We all know that. It is just ordinary Canadians deciding that they ain't going to buy any of the American crap. That tells us a lot about ourselves and about what can happen when we all feel we want to move in the same direction. That doesn't happen all that often. I mean, you'll remember the trouble that Justin Trudeau got into for talking about the post-national state, that there was no such thing as a typical Canadian, which is actually something his father said back in the 1960s. And it is quite true. There is no such thing as an all-Canadian boy or all-Canadian girl or all-Canadian anything. We come from a hugely diverse geography, and geography and climate have a huge effect on culture and on personality of the peoples who live there. As we all know, getting any cohesion in Canada is a very difficult thing. But we are a country of values, and when push comes to shove, we can all start going in the same direction. And I think that one of the encouraging things that we've seen in the last year and in the 4 years that were 4 years before that is that when push comes to shove, we do all move in the same direction, and I think that's happening now.
Thank you. Lauren?
So this is the kind of room that at some point somebody says, never waste a good crisis. And it's usually attributed to Winston Churchill, who gets all the good quotes. Some people attribute it to Rahm Emanuel, who said it about the financial crisis of 2009 when he was chief of staff to Obama. And some people think that it comes from Saul Alinsky, who wrote Rules for Radicals, and said something more to the effect of, in the arena of action, it takes a crisis to start the conversation. And, as Michelle said, we can do hard things. For the younger generation in the room, it sparks a Harry Potter analogy. We know we can do it because we've done it before. But in doing it, we need to muster all of our assets. We can't squander any contribution to that. Sustainable finance is the financial expression of this, but we need to bring all of our assets together in order to represent the Canada we need to represent on the world stage.
Yeah. So I won't take very long, and I agree with you. We can't squander a good crisis. I want to go to your comment, Jody, about it's Canadians, right? That we're part of the reason we have the problems we're in, but we're also the solution. And I think the Couchiching is representing very well the convening power that our organizations have. It's in this convening, it's in public assemblies, it's in civil debate that we will be able to get the kinds of solutions that we need. And so where I would like to leave today is to say that we need to be modeling the kind of society in which we want to live. Because once we're modeling that, then that's what we're taking abroad with us. So, thank you.
Modeling the type of society we want to live in. That's a fantastic words. We have time for questions. I'm sure there's some, and I think there's some volunteers who are going to be running around with microphones, but I'm going to go to the gentleman in the back there with his hand up. Yep. You, yep. You're it. I know, I think if you can project. A mic is coming, but project and...
Sure, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
So my question is to Jonathan and Michelle. So Michelle, you were talking about the importance of having a coherent strategy across administrations. And then Jonathan, you were talking about the importance of like trust in democratic institutions. And I think that an important part of that trust is political efficacy, like voters believing that they can affect the policy of the governments with each successive election. And so my question to both of you is, how do you balance having that trust that voters can affect Canada's foreign policy with having a coherent national security plan?
It starts with education. It starts with knowledge. It starts with knowing what we are talking about. And I would suggest Canadians are more knowledgeable about what we have or don't have in terms of instrument of power today than they have been for years. It has often surprised myself when you talk to Canadians that are not in uniform. I didn't used to do that very often. I'm doing it more now, trying. How little do we know about our military, our security and defense infrastructure, where we are good at, where we're not so good at. And only when there's a crisis and we cannot show up or show up with the wrong uniform to a desert fight and I was dressed in green, do we lament our inability to be ready for it. I think it starts with a willingness to be educated, and in that education and in that knowledge, then your vote has a better weight to influence the policy that comes out. Mais je pense que ça commence by an expectation. It starts by an expectation from the people that vote that our governments do the right thing, and then we hold them accountable if they don't.
Can I, this juncture, just bring in the question of proportional representation. There are substantial movements in this country supporting proportional representation with the theory that it would provide parliaments and governments that people feel represent them better. I've looked at this both on paper and in many countries of the world where there is proportional representation, and I am vehemently opposed to it. And I'll tell you why. It's a fairly simple notion. There was a great philosopher, Karl Popper, who at the 1945 wrote an essay on the anomaly of tolerance. And his theory was that the more tolerant a society is, the less tolerant it becomes in the end, because it is tolerant of people who are themselves intolerant, and they in the end get power. And that's what you get with proportional representation. If you look at the countries of Europe that have proportional representation, they all, very many of them, have significant anti-democratic factions holding up the governments. This is pushing it, but I'm going to say it anyway. You can make the argument, I think, that if Israel didn't have proportional representation, there would be 60,000 Palestinians alive today who aren't now. Because there is a very good argument to be made that Israel and the Palestinians could come to a land-sharing agreement back in the early 2000s, which was preempted when a coalition of hardline parties got together through proportional representation. I am much more in favor of a ranked ballot system, whereby you vote for 1, 2, 3 candidates in your order of preference. If a candidate doesn't win a clear majority on the first ballot, then the elections officers count the second choices and so on. And it means that you always come out with a candidate who has the support of a majority of people in the constituency. It also means that candidates have to think about being a second choice. And it tends to bring politics to the middle rather than to the fringes. Now, it could mean that we get sort of dumb governments or unexciting governments, but that's a better choice than some of the others.
If I could piggyback, I disagree on your statement about proportional representation. I'd be happy to have a debate about that, and this may not be the place, but I would like to also recognize that proportional representation allows for things like the Green parties to have a voice at the table, as well as strengthen social democratic parties. So I don't want to throw proportional representation into the Gaza conflict as a victim of proportional representation. So I'll just leave it at that, and we'll hold a debate elsewhere. Thank you.
So many things we could unpack with that. Yes, gentleman over there, please.
My name is Jeff Owen. Like many in the room, I'm an immigrant and a proud Canadian. I'd like to ask Michelle a question. Are you saying that the Canadian defense industrial strategy that was issued on February 17th this year was not a strategy?
I'm retired, right? Yeah. So I would say that it was awesome as a first statement. First time I've seen something of this kind, clearly stating ambitious goals and actually signaling to industry what the government is willing to do on a sustained basis. That being said, a strategy, in my mind, yes, sir?
Why didn't you acknowledge it when you said what you said before?
Because 38 years of uniform service with great announcements, could be assessed as great strategies, but the follow-up and implementation and delivery of them lack at every step. So I have served under strong, secure, engaged, which we said was a generational promise on how we were going to spend our money in defense, with benchmarks, objectives, and accrued accounting that catered to a finance and source plan. A lot of stuff in there did not happen. I joined a military that was about to get submarines in '87. We eventually got used submarines. I wish the great commander in the room gets future submarines, but I have been maybe disappointed. Therefore, my enthusiasm at this time is held in reserve, hoping for it to deliver. And to come back to a specific critique of how good or bad a strategy is, the depiction of ways and means and the actual attainable end state focuses entirely on this Canadian industry benefits. What I find is lacking in order to do what? Ça dit pas clairement what is it that we're willing to defend? What is it that we will stand on guard for thee, as has been mentioned? And without that element that first say, this we will defend, and in order to, this is the strategy to acquire the tools to defend it, would be how I would have proposed or advised a strategy to be unrolled.
Sorry, she's been waiting.
My name is Christina Handel-Fraser, and I would like to ask all of you a question, but before I ask the question, allow me please a minute to let you know the perspective from which I am talking. You hear my German accent. I wanted to join the German Foreign Service. After long studies at university in Germany and in the United States, after being born in Berlin in 1940 and having 5 years of Nazis persecuting my family for political reasons. Most members of the family survived the Nazis. And in 1945, I met Canadians, Brits, Americans, and it was a new world. And my family said, thank heavens, the right side has won this war. I'm speaking from this perspective. In 1966, I was working on a PhD thesis on international relations, the League of Nations, when I met at Canada Day celebration a young Canadian diplomat by the name of Derek Fraser. He was doing in the Canadian service what I wanted to do in the German diplomatic service. You can call the rest family history. My husband's lovely friends and colleagues are in this audience, including Cynthia. And my husband then followed his career, and I had the pleasure of being wife of, which at that point, Marc, you will confirm, was called a trailing spouse. So I was a trailing spouse for my husband's career, but I also taught at 5 universities, including this one here, because I had learned in my family history and studying history the art of trying to understand what conflict is. And here at the university, I taught in the Master of Arts in Dispute Resolution program, and learned from hundreds of students, not only at UVic, but at various other universities, including King's College London, Harvard, my university in Bonn, that students who signed up for this program said, I am here because my conflict management is dysfunctional. And when I asked them, what exactly do you mean by dysfunctional? They said, well, I am so afraid of conflict. Conflict is so awful, and it's all that yelling and screaming and hitting and fighting and arguing. It's just dreadful. And because of my fear, I do choose the path between flight or fight, violence. And because students argue, I am totally incapable of dealing with the reality of conflict. I am here in this course in the hope that I will be able to understand conflict a little better than I do. And we came to the conclusion that the biggest problem they, and probably most of us, including myself, have, that we consider the conflict symptoms as such a problem that unfortunately we settle for a handling of the problem that is actually just dealing with the symptoms, symptom treatment, rather than deep assessment of what is going on there. My question to you now, sorry for this detour, is how can we persuade our politicians and each of us to educate the public by teaching them the reality of human complexity and human variety, demonstrating that basically democracy is a form of conflict management, whether we like it or not, provided we see conflict not as the equivalent of war, as most people do, but as a form of perceived incompatibility that can be managed in a creative way, not a destructive way, but can be managed in a creative way that allows for contrast harmony. Question, can our politicians do it, and can we perhaps with the people around us try to do justice to the reality of human diversity, human complexity, and perceived incompatibilities to avoid violence and use the creative potential that is inherent in conflict. Thank you.
Shelley, do you want to?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much for sharing your personal experiences with us as you frame the question. I think the way I'd like to frame your question around conflict has to do with the way we measure success. We often hear, and I started off by talking about, the GDP, and that economic resilience comes from, the contributions of human capital to the problems that we have. But I'd like to offer up that there are other measures of success. I'm a student of the social determinants of health, and I think that very strongly, if we were to look at those social determinants of health, people's knowledge and education, people's connection to community, if we were to measure a community's success, not just by their economic contributions, but maybe by their own simple health or their mental health, what kind of community values would we be communicating to each other? And so I'll leave you with that thought, that the GDP and the economic measures are not the only ways that we measure how we use our resources effectively or ineffectively in community, and that there are other measures of success that come from an abundance standpoint as opposed to a deficit.
Yesterday afternoon, I went down to the Royal BC Museum here. One of my grandsons is in a high school here, and he and all his fellow people in his year were down at the museum. It was the end of studying various aspects of the history of British Columbia, and they were then setting up stalls in the various sections, and they were giving little speeches and presentations to the regular people going to the museum about what had happened in British Columbia. That in itself was fascinating because they were dealing with everything, the good and the bad of the history of this province. The other thing, though, the thing that really struck me, and it strikes me every time I see him with his classmates, is their courtesy to each other. It is quite phenomenal. It was certainly not like that when I was at school, but their tolerance and courtesy with one another is quite astonishing. So I would say actually it's happening, and it's happening under our noses amongst the generation of my grandchildren anyway. And so I have great optimism about it.
And I do, again, recognizing that we don't have the perspective of a young Canadian on stage, and I know that you have thoughts. Thank goodness you have thoughts, and lots of thoughts. So I want to put this question to the crowd, and specifically to our under 25s, the same question that I put to the panel, and that is, what does Canada need to get right at home before we can lead abroad? And there is pressure. Don't leave me hanging here. If you are brave enough to put your hand up, wonderful. Thank you so much. We've got a live one. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't really think this through very much, but the first thing that sprang to mind for me was kind of jumping off of Brent's point, was something I noticed among my peers is a belief that the world is doomed and nothing we do can change anything, that we don't have any power to have any impact on the system, and kind of the pressures we're seeing with housing and the job market are insurmountable. So I think engagement with the youth, and like we're doing today with student unions, with events like this, with engagement, and the youth ourselves, student leaders, engaging the youth, because it's not just your responsibility, we have to do it ourselves, right? So yeah, on-campus initiatives, kind of getting people involved and showing them that there are ways that we can change things, and it's not all set in stone, and that we are the future, and that it's our responsibility to change things too. We can't just complain. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Thank you so much. That was really well said. Anybody else want to contribute in the room? Yep, we'll cede the floor to you again.
Yeah, I think one thing that one of my friends from class was telling me this is, I think we need to stop, or at least stop as much defining ourselves politically in relation to things that are going on in the United States. I think particularly with, like, at least my experience with social media, everything you see is on political developments happening in the United States right now. And it is interesting, but we also have our own problems, and those aren't entirely based on whatever's happening in the US, even if it relates to Canada. So I think that before we think about being leaders abroad, I would reframe that and say, before we're necessarily even thinking politically about what's going on abroad, let's try and fix things at home as much as we can. Yeah.
Anyone else like to contribute? But you're welcome. No, I think that yes. Is there? Yeah. Is there anyone else? I just can't see. Please do. You have the mic. The floor is yours. Take it.
Was that so loud?
No. Perfect.
I think we often, particularly in conversations like this, it is always easy to point out everything that has gone wrong and focus on what has gone wrong. I think we should take a step back even before we start projecting outwards and look exactly at what has gone right. Since the Second World War, Canada has given its citizens a better standard of living than we've had in the history of humanity, particularly for such a sustained period. And I think while there is a necessary focus on what we can be doing better, I think we should take a step back and also realize just how good we have it in relation to our peers, in relation to the countries around us, in relation to the countries far from us. And I think we first have to realize how much we've done a good job. The moment you take a step back and look at the bigger picture, you realize we have it great. Honestly, we have it really great. And I think before we start looking at the doom and gloom, we have to internalize that idea and not just figure out how to sweep the whole board off and reinvent it, but just how to sustain the pace we have and the good things we have. Cheers.
Thank you. And I think you're absolutely right. We have a lot right, and I think we can celebrate what we have right and do really well, while recognizing also areas for improvement. That is a perpetual condition and objective, I think, that would do us all very well. We are, we actually have 5 more minutes. So now if you're not under 25, we'd love to hear from you. Yes, you've been very patient in the blue jacket, so please, over to you. And then we'll get to you, sir. And I think probably that will be it. Over to you.
I'll be quick. I'm Erin. I'm the Executive Director at Minds Action Canada. And Shelley, I'm also one of your sewing volunteers if you can't figure out where you know me from. Thought that might be helpful. Thanks for this panel. And I just wanted to touch on, I guess, the topic of the panel, the Mobilizing Canada for Leadership Abroad. And one of the things that we at MAC said during a negotiation process for a disarmament thing that doesn't really matter too much is that issues like the bombing and shelling of cities are a Canadian issue, even though Canada's never been bombed and shelled, because our people have. That's why they're Canadian. They fled bombing, they fled shelling, or it was in their family histories. And I was speaking to some of the young leaders here at the break, and we were talking about how stressful this week has been because our friends in Lebanon, in Ukraine, and in Iran, we don't know how they are, how they're feeling. And I think I'd like to hear, maybe from the blank space in between Mike and Shelley, but maybe from all the panelists, how can we sort of capitalize on the fact that Canadians have this personal knowledge and connection to global issues to help push us forward as a voice for leadership and internationally?
Great question. Anyone?
Thank you for making the connection, because yeah, you're right. I'm sitting here going, where do I know her from? It's been really hard as I look at the staff within the Intercultural Association of Greater Victoria. As you can imagine, in many ways, we're an organization of immigrants serving immigrants. And many of the staff members who work at ICA come from these territories, these areas of the world that are currently facing conflict. And as we try to support our staff internally and the community at large, what often comes up is this dichotomy of relief and grief. There is tremendous relief that folks feel because they are safe here in Canada. There is tremendous amount of grief that people feel because their families back home are not. And they live with that on a day-to-day basis. And so as we have talked quite openly on this panel about Canada's need for sovereignty and defense, many of those in our community are reconciling what it means to bolster our defense against threats while they have come from places that are war-torn. And so it's not a simple, I know I said earlier many answers are simple. This is not simple, because at the very heart, the very core of this is human experience and the lens by which people approach each other on either sides of the conflict. We serve clients who are from Israel. We serve clients who are from Palestine and Jordan. We've got many in our community who are Iranian-based. And we show up for each other. We meet each other where people are at, and we show up for each other in a very humanistic, compassionate way. And so as we look at things from a 10,000 helicopter view, the reality is we live on the ground with each other. And so we must meet each other where we're at. We must have difficult conversations, and we must treat each other with empathy, compassion, and respect.
Erin, I think we are best when we are able to align our values with our policies, with then our instruments of power, and then apply it around the world. And when we do that, I think Canada can have a leadership role and is credible, but often, especially as you present your opportunity to exploit or take advantage of our lived experience of Canadians and then show it back in our policy making, in my experience, we often come out as preachy and moralistic in saying to other countries that we are better and we know how. But I'll give you an example of where that alignment I found was very powerful, and that was in one of my last tours. We were embedded with the Jordanian army, and we were mentoring and advising a platoon of female infantry soldiers in the Jordanian military. Impossible for a couple of years to have thought about that 10 years before, or to have another country say to the Jordanian military, we can help you with this. But that comes from an alignment of our Canadian values, our government's policy, our orders and resources to the military that has examples of us doing that, and then being with them on the ground and saying, yeah, you can have female soldiers doing hard things in your military. But that only works in specific moments in time, and we cannot pick every issue and say Canada knows better and can show you how to do it, in my opinion.
We are officially out of time. I know that Chris likes to run a tight ship, and so I cannot disappoint. It is nearly 1:15, and we will have 45 minutes for lunch. I really encourage you to continue this conversation. We just scratched the surface. Obviously an enormous topic, but so much food for thought. Lauren, thank you so much. Michel-Henri, Shelley, Jonathan, Cynthia, really interesting perspectives. Thank you very much for contributing. Please do circulate around so that you can be at the table, but thank you. Merci tout le monde, c'est l'heure de déjeuner. Alors on va se retrouver juste avant 1h, 13h pour la prochaine discussion. Bon appétit tout le monde.
Thank you, everyone, for please taking your seats. We will get started. Great. Thank you, everyone. Hi again. I'm putting on yet a different hat. Thank you. So, yeah. Thank you. So, putting on a different hat, again, my name is Cynthia Milton. I'm the new director for the Centre for Global Studies here at the University of Victoria. The Centre for Global Studies is one of UVic's oldest centres. It's a research-based centre where we try to connect the effects of global world on our local and the way that local initiatives can have a global impact. It's with great pleasure that I've been working the last few months with Chris and Melanie and their team with the CIC. It's a great pleasure for the Centre for Global Studies to collaborate on today's event. I would like to thank a few people who've helped make today happen. Within the CFGS, I want to do a particular shout out to Leah Lancaster, as well as Jody Walsh. Thank you so much for helping today work. From
from the CIC, I want to thank Jennifer Tolinsky, as well as, of course, Melanie and Chris. And then here among our students, I want to thank the Model UN and Model NATO presidents, Emily and Kaya, as well as the CDAI ambassador, Gilbert, and as well Grace, who's from the UPS. So thank you so much for your participation. And they will be holding another event this coming Wednesday at the Center for Global Studies, where they will help digest what we've been learning today. And as the elder Terri said, we come in with questions and we come out with answers, but hopefully we will also come out with some more questions, and that's what we will be working on. So without further ado, starting the second panel, before we start it, I want to introduce you all to Chris, because I feel that you may not sufficiently know who Chris Kilford is. He is your president of the Victoria chapter of the CIC, but he has a long and storied history before he joined us, which is he's the former senior officer of the Canadian Armed Forces. He brings together several decades of experience in diplomacy, defense analysis, and military leadership. His military career included deployments in Germany, in Afghanistan, and Turkey. He held senior roles within the Department of National Defense. He was also Canada's defense attaché to Turkey, where he was cross-affiliated or accredited with Azerbaijan, with Georgia, and Turkmenistan. He is a member of the National CIC. He's the president of the Victoria branch. He was the editor for the foreign policy magazine Open Canada. He is also a sessional professor at the Canadian Forces College, where he teaches Canadian foreign and defense policy. So thank you so much, Chris, for sharing your time with us and for all the work that you're doing at the CIC and for reaching out to the CFGS. Thank you.
So it's time for panel number two, and I'm delighted to be here. And as Cynthia said, my name is Chris, and I look after our CIC branch here in Victoria. And it's so good to see so many CIC members also from the branch here today, and folks that are not members of CIC. And if you're not a member of CIC, please come and see me later today, and we can chat. Cet après-midi, nous nous intéressons à la manière dont les puissants intermédiaires trouvent leur place dans un ordre mondial en pleine fragmentation. So we're here today to focus on middle powers who are finding their way in a world that's changing. Some may argue not changing so much, but needless to say, it's a very difficult period. And how can we work together as middle powers in order to find our way forward in this current world that we're in? So I'm delighted that I've been joined with 4 panelists, two of whom I know very well and two whom I'm getting to meet for the very first time. I'd like to introduce them to you, and then we'll move forward from there. So first of all, just to my left is Dr. Pedro Marquez. Dr. Marquez is a full professor of strategic management and international business at Royal Roads University. And his research is focused on corporate governance and accountability, Latin American politics, Mexico's business environment, and Canada-Mexico, United States trade. So in this particular panel, as we are looking at middle powers, including ourselves, we're also going to be looking from Pedro's insights as to how Mexico sees the world we're in and how Canada and Mexico collaborate together and could collaborate together in this world that we are in. Next to Pedro is Director General Angel Liu. Director General Liu assumed her post as Director General of the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Vancouver in October 1921. And during her 28-year career in the Foreign Service for the Taiwan Foreign Ministry, she's also been posted twice to the United States in Houston, Texas, and Los Angeles, California, respectively. So now being able to look at the world through the eyes of Taiwan, but with a a big American flavor and Canadian flavor as well, and Angel, we're delighted to have you here. Then we have Consul General Alexandra Couchiching from Poland. Delighted to have you here. Alexandra joined the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2006, and during her tenure, she's held many positions with the Department of Cooperation with the Polish diaspora and Poles abroad. And she served in diplomatic missions in Zagreb, in Ottawa, and now in Vancouver. And when we first met, I suggested taking out Canadian citizenship, but you can't do that, can you? But you come with a great understanding of who we are in this country as well, and of course, looking at the world from a Polish perspective. And then finally, at the end, we have Dr. Bernd Althusmann, and he has been the director of the country office of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation since November 2024. He has very broad government experience in German politics, in particular from 2017 to 2022, serving as both Minister of Economic Affairs, Labor, Transport and Digitization, and Deputy Prime Minister in the state of Lower Saxony. And as I discovered last night, a former member of the German Armed Forces who spent time in Shiloh, Manitoba, where Germany had a big training establishment when I was posted there as well. And I think I think we ran into each other at some point many, many years ago. So welcome to our panel members. And what we're going to do now is Dr. John Curtin was supposed to be here today, but his twin sister passed away very recently, so he wasn't able to join us. But he had some comments, and I thought they were very important, and I asked him if I could stand in for him and pretend that I am him. So I am going to read his comments, and not mine, although I agree with everything he says. The parts that I didn't, I changed. That's not true. But I'm going to pretend I'm him. So this is what John would have said to us today as part of this panel. He would have told us that in his view, Canada should not be regarded as a middle power, dependent on combining with other middle powers to survive and thrive. Although cooperation with others, when in the national interest, can be beneficial at times. Instead, John would describe Canada as a G7 principal power, one that actually shapes global order to advance its national interests and distinctive national values in an increasingly multipolar world. So in John's words, Prime Minister Mark Carney made this clear in his speech to the World Economic Forum at Davos in January this year. He accurately stated that the old global order created in the 1940s was now ruptured. As Carney put it, the multilateral institutions on which middle powers relied are greatly diminished. To be sure, Mark Carney said twice that Canada was a middle power, but then he went on to say at greater length that Canada was much more than that. Carney declared, as had Prime Minister Stephen Harper before him, that Canada is an energy superpower in a world where energy is central. He added, we have the most educated population in the world. Our pension funds are amongst the world's largest. We have some of the most sophisticated investors. We have capital, we have talent, and a government with an immense fiscal capacity to act decisively. At Davos, Carney further highlighted this. Carney said, on critical minerals, we are forming a buyer's club anchored in the G7 so that the world can diversify its supplies from others. On artificial intelligence, Canada is cooperating with like-minded democracies to ensure that we will not ultimately be forced to choose between hegemons and hyperscalers. And on Ukraine, Canada is a member of a coalition of the willing and one of the largest per capita contributors to its defense and security. The hard facts of objective capability bear Carney's claims out that an even bigger and cleverer Canada is now #1 in the world in many things. And it's true what John has to say. In our coastlines, freshwater, wetlands, trees, the forests we have, the canola, the critical minerals at our fingertips. No one has these sorts of things that they can count on. We are, to the other side of the coin, also ranked #1 in being loved, friendly, having a nice battery supply chain, #1 in education, in travelers' safety, being able to walk down the street most of the times in a crime-free world. We have religious freedom, we have health care, we have economic optimism. We trust our fellow citizens, no matter where they've come from or when they've come here. We trust each other. It just seems to be part of the fabric of our country. There is, as John said, no reason for us to be a middle power, for there is no one above for it to be a middle power of. The Iran war has also made Canada more of a top-tier oil and gas power, as supplies from the Middle East have been reduced. Within the G7, Canada and the United States are the only countries that produce, and export surplus oil and gas. We also have surplus hydroelectricity and nuclear energy to export to the United States as the renewable revolution gathers force. Canada, in the mind of John, is turning its top-tier power into global leadership. This was evident in Canada's actions and achievements at and after the G7 Kananaskis summit last year, and with the Prime Minister traveling the world after Davos, adding new partnerships with China, India, and Japan. Indeed, Canada has several opportunities to shape the global order in the years ahead, advancing our national interests and our distinctive national values in a competitive world of sovereign states. Like all countries, Canada must always defend and advance its national interests, survival, security, sovereignty, legitimacy, territory, and its capabilities. Once it has done so, it can use these surplus capabilities to advance its distinctive values elsewhere: anti-militarism, openness, multiculturalism, environmentalism, globalism, and international institutionalization. At Davos, Carney noted some of these, saying, quote, "Other countries like Canada have the power to build a new world order that integrates values like respect for human rights, sustainable development, solidarity, sovereignty, and the territorial integrity of states." And he went on to say, "And we have the values to which many others aspire." He could have added gender equality and Indigenous reconciliation to the list. Of the many initiatives that Canada could mobilize to ensure its values shape global order, for John, two stood out. The first is to create new international organizations for natural gas, as the International Energy Agency has for oil, and for the clean critical minerals needed for the renewables revolution and national security. The second, amid the Trump-initiated trade wars and the new Canada-US-Mexico agreement negotiations, is to pursue what Carney proclaimed at Davos. Quote, "On plurilateral trade, we are championing efforts to build a bridge between the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the European Union." For John, Canada and Japan, of course, pioneered the comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. The United Kingdom joined. The United States has not. We could bring the whole European Union in too, creating by far the largest free trade area in the world. And for those in Victoria, and this is John speaking to you, and for those in Victoria, British Columbia, you know more than anyone, Canada is geographically an Atlantic as well as a Pacific and Arctic power. We should express that identity in our global economic life. So, indirectly, John has launched this panel. And now I'd like to turn over to my colleagues for their unique perspectives on being a middle power and what that means. And when they've had a chance to speak, we will have undoubtedly a robust Q&A. So without further ado, Pedro, I hand over the podium to you.
Good afternoon. Of course, I have to thank CIC and Chris for your kind invitation. This is the third time that I get a chance to speak to CIC audience about my beloved Mexico and my perspective of its relationships with Canada. So I'm truly honored to share this panel today. I have dual citizenship, and I have lived pretty much the same amount of years in Mexico and Canada. I'm bicultural, bilingual. I've lived, studied, worked, taught, and done research from both ends. I wouldn't describe myself as an expert on Mexico-Canada relations, but I've been through my life very interested in paying attention and reading everything that, almost everything that has been written and expressing an opinion on that. So from that perspective is that I'm happy to share my view on the possibilities of Mexico and Mexico-Canada relations now in this new fragmenting world. Of course, I'd like to disclose, as a social scientist, that I am aware of how difficult it is to assess and make judgments on events that are unfolding. And actually, we're in the middle of it. So it's very difficult to try to predict anything. And it is even more difficult when access to information is getting limited. And in the specific case, I'm not speaking about Canada, but Mexico. Mexico is becoming much tighter in the freedom and access to information. Therefore, the distance not always helps. Nonetheless, I am gonna take advantage of this space to share with you some thoughts, and maybe a few of them a little bit provocative, with the intention of leading to some new thinking and ideas. Chris was very kind in advancing us in preparation 3 kind questions. Rather than answering each one of them, I'm gonna speak to my thoughts and address all of them at the same time. I hope that's okay with you, Chris. Overall, in just a few minutes, what I would like to do is to share with you a perspective on the possible alternatives that Mexico and Canada can entertain to move forward from where we are. And rather than hoping for things to be as they were, using this as an opportunity to really moving forward. And by that I mean to build a more ambitious and more honest bilateral relationship between the two nations. And if time allows, I'll try to pitch in some crazy ideas of how that might be able to be developed over the years. This framing follows the wonderful idea from Jody Thomas earlier today about the need for Canada to adopt more sophisticated approach in its international relations. That's exactly where I'm coming from. A little bit of context. You know, Mexico and Canada established official relationships in 1944 and did not really start truly collaborating until 1992 when NAFTA became a real deal. I do remember in 1990 as a Mexican student hearing about the idea of Mexico joining the US and Canada on their CUFTA agreement, and that was something as a truly revolutionary idea, highly controversial in Mexico. People were saying, why are we gonna do this? This is not gonna work. Never a developing country has joined 2 developed countries in a free trade agreement like this before. We're gonna lose our identity. We're gonna stop enjoying our tacos. We're gonna stop speaking Spanish. Everybody should panic. Well, 32, 33 years after that, I can say that actually the outcome is exactly the opposite. It was difficult to predict, but I can say that Mexico, from the end of Mexico, while nothing has been perfect for everyone, this has been a fantastic platform for economic development and growth and expansion. Now, I could give you numbers to capture the size of the trade between our 2 countries, but the important point is that in spite of a partnership for the last 31 years, the truth that in economic terms, we're not doing as much trade as we could or as we should. Yes, both of us have actually joined the US supply chains, and that's who we're actually doing business significantly. Our trade between Canada and Mexico multiplied by 6 within the first 5 years of the regional agreement, and multiplied by 25% just after the review in 2018, but the potential to accomplish more is much greater than what we've actually done. In reality, what we've seen, and this might not be as evident because it's not as covered by the media as the trade and financial end of it, is that what we've done is we become nations that are much closer to each other. There are 5 million Canadian tourists visited Mexico last year. 15,000 retirees from Canada actually bought property in Mexico in the last 12 months. 40,000 Mexican workers came to Canada as part of Canada's temporary foreign workers program, which is the largest number that any program like this has seen in the world. There were 15,000 Mexican students with study permits that came to Canada in 2022, and then the same number in 2023, and about 12,000 Mexican students who came to Canada to study English without a visa because they didn't require one. So what I'm speaking about is that over the years what we've seen is that our societies, our communities actually found ways of actually interacting more with each other. Now, doing more business together, the reality is that we both share a very complex and important relationship with the US. It's difficult to speak about Canada and Mexico in terms of trade without addressing the fact that we've expanded and multiplied our commercial relationship with the US, significantly becoming that the main priority. We both have two enormous borders, complex social interconnections, and unavoidable economic dependencies to the US. And in 2018, when President Trump demanded a review of NAFTA, we both panicked. Good news is that actually that led to a better agreement. It wasn't easy, it brought a lot of uncertainty, but that led to a better agreement, and that allowed in the first 2 years to have Canada-Mexico trade expand for about 20%. And then Trump 2.0 happened, and we received the threats for tariffs. And hell broke loose, is that the right expression in English? From both ends. Not knowing exactly what this meant, every country started trying to understand, predict, and handle uncertainty. The provincial government of Ontario pitched immediately dropping Mexico from the free trade agreement and only focusing with the agreement with the US. That was not very well received in Mexico. When Trump actually called Mexico and asked for the interest on a bilateral agreement only, President Sheinbaum, who was recently elected, she actually said, no, we don't want a bilateral agreement only, we want to have a conversation with Canada first. So I'm telling you that we believe in trilateral collaboration. And fortunately, there was a change of signal from the federal government in Canada to support the idea that trilateral relationships were the future, a priority for Canada. So that is context, which we're not really here to talk about context, but more about the future. So addressing the specific questions that Chris kindly presented to us, I do believe that we are in front of a tremendous opportunity to actually have a new, renewed, better and stronger free trade agreement by the three countries. But we can remain passive and see how the process unfolds. The reviews of the three countries are happening right now, and we're subject to whatever happens in the US elections in November. And still, I don't think that much of the forces that are placing us where we are actually gonna fade away immediately. So we can see and wait on what happens, and I don't think that would be very smart. So option B would be for Mexico and Canada to be more strategic and collaborate on their positions as we bargain and go through the review with the US, hoping that we can end up with a more convenient and modern free trade agreement for the next 6 years until the next review. And while that has been disclosed as a priority, I haven't seen a lot of traction happening on that end. So I hope that there's more going on than we're going to get to see. Another alternative is to actually, if the free trade agreement is not able to succeed and survive the way we would like it to be, is to reframe our bilateral relationship maybe within the context of the TCPP and maybe the European Union. Both Mexico and Canada are active members and supporters of TCPP. That would be a good thing, but the emphasis is different. And also, Canada has been very emphatic on the importance and strategic value, and I agree, of actually potentially joining the European Union. Well, Mexico has as many free trade agreements with European nations as Canada. And we have a very long historical relationship with Spain that allows us to open that door. So in that way, it might be common ground for us to move forward. In the context of this discussion, last fall, President Sheinbaum and Prime Minister Carney met in Mexico City and announced the Canada-Mexico Action Plan 2025-2028. That plan was supported or argued for closer collaboration in 4 themes: economic integration and strategic trade, which makes absolute sense. Secondly, labor mobility and social inclusivity, which makes more sense from the Mexican side, I think. The third element is energy transition and environmental stewardship. That makes particularly sense from the Canadian side. And finally, and this is the thing that couldn't be avoided, of course, given the social challenges that we're facing in Mexico, is security and regional stability. When this was announced, I didn't give it a lot of credit. I just thought that it was a nice agreement with nice words by two leaders that were just meeting and were dealing with a different priority, which was dealing with tariffs. Having confessed that, I have to say that over the last few months I've been paying a lot of attention. And I've been pleased to discover that actually there's more than words behind that. There are actually true working teams that actually work for 6 months in order to put together that agreement, that the pillars of that agreement actually make a lot of sense, and there's a lot of work behind that to justify it, that there's been working teams that have been following up the commitments since then, and 3 immediate agreements have been signed as a consequence of that agreement, and I think that there are deeper in ongoing conversations, maybe hopefully related to the review of CUSMA. The first pillar is economic integration and strategic trade. That is really about prosperity. The second one, labor mobility and social inclusivity, is really about inclusion. The third one, energy transition and environmental stewardship, is really about the environment. And finally, the fourth one, security and regional stability, is really about security. I agree with 4 of them. Actually, I like what I'm seeing. The model, the agreement, is supported trying to respond to the specific needs identified, such as institutional voids, reshaping incentives for collaboration, enabling mechanisms for collective action, and creating new governance, institutional governance between the 3 countries. On the low end, I'm concerned that a 3-year action plan is not going to go very far. We need to have a longer-term vision for that to succeed. There is significant institutional asymmetry that is not addressed by the agreement. We still have trust deficits that we need to work on, identify and work on. We have power imbalances as the agenda is mostly dominated by our agendas with the US. And of course, from the Mexican end, we have the security risks of a growing crime scene. So I'm gonna stop here. Really at the core of my pitch is to say, as in 1990, when I was a young student in Mexico and learned about the possibility of having a free trade agreement with the US and Canada and seeing that as a crazy project, 33 years down the road, I actually see that the reality that we're facing at this moment gives us another great opportunity to be innovative and actually think out of the box and reach out to Canada and Canada to Mexico and establish a direct bilateral relationship independent of our relationship with the US that allows us responsible and sustainable growth for the next 10 years. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am the Taiwanese de facto Consul General in Vancouver, and thank you for CIC for including me in one of the panel to share my Taiwan experience with our Canadian friends and audience and students. And I want to say in the very beginning that we have shared values. For example, Taiwan is one of the first country in Asia to recognize the LGBTQ rights, and that is done by our female president, former President Tsai Ing-wen. And one of our panelists attended the Halifax International Forum that our former President Tsai attended 2 years ago. And now over 50% of our, 47% of our legislators are female in our parliament. So we see women power here in Taiwanese society, which is very progressive. Probably you Canadians are used to that very gender equality situation in your country, but it is not easy in our country, in Asia. And I want to say that we want to continue that path along with our democratic partners. And another values that we share is transitional justice in Taiwan, that is to respect indigenous people's rights. We have done a lot, and we are learning from the Canadians. We are both founding partners of IPECA under APEC framework, which is Indigenous Peoples Economic Trade and Cooperation Framework. So that is one thing. And the last thing, values I want to share with you is democracy. Maybe in Western democracy, you think it's it's natural, it's easy. But in Taiwan, in Asian society, we have, since our first presidential election, it has been 30 years that we have gone through that process since our authoritarian regime 30 years ago. So we have gone through that and struggled through that. There are a lot of protests. We have experienced 3 power transfer, political party transfer in Taiwan. So that's the Taiwan experience. Next, I would like to share a little bit of what I have been presented at UBC 1 month ago. The topic is weapons of weak states. I want to just briefly share with you, if we talk about weak or middle power, is a relative term. It's a relative term militarily for Taiwan that we are faced with the big military power across the Strait of Taiwan. And in terms of their military spending, expansion, and if we are talking about economic power, it is the second largest economy in the world. That how can we face with the economic sanction if they continue to force us to accept their political terms? So it's never easy. So that's why we are talking with our Canadian counterparts on supply chain resilience. Not even a couple years ago, when COVID-19 hit the global, the world, that I myself realized, wow, we have a semiconductor industry that is much needed by the world, that every automobile shortage need the chips made by Taiwan to power our energy sector, to power our automobile industry. And a couple days ago, I visited Saskatoon and to meet with my counterparts, or the CEO of Saskatchewan Research Council, which are developing your critical mineral industry totally independent, non-RES supply chain that is out of the dominance by the Chinese critical mineral export control. Because he told me that chip can make F-35 pilot jet. And if it is controlled by the Chinese, continue to be controlled by the Chinese, and if there's in the future, there are human rights issue or the Chinese regime would like to impose further sanction on the North American country or the democratic alliances, then the most advanced chips, material that needed for the chip, making the chips, will not exist anymore. So that is very important for like-minded countries, for democracies to cooperate together for this. So my conclusion with that conversation is probably Taiwanese and Canadian can work together to build a safe supply chain. That is, we have our AI technology, we have our chip manufacturing capacity, and we mobilize our capacity to have dialogue with SRC, Canadian counterpart, in helping your supply chain more precise or save your cost of human labor costs, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that is one area that we can work together. And the other assets for Taiwanese to work in Canadian society, or we can collaborate, is our diaspora community. Actually, before the change of geopolitics, we already have a very vibrant and active Taiwanese Canadian in Greater Vancouver or in Toronto, have cultural events, and we have very vibrant civil society who is promoting the anti-disinformation campaign against our civilian society. In Taiwan, we have a lot of IORG or anti-disinformation campaign society that do fact-checking on all the cognitive warfare against our society. In Taiwan, although the situation for the foreign interference situation in Canada is a little bit different, but we have a lot of experience to share, and that's why Canadian government already sent a cyber attaché to work in your de facto embassy in Taipei, CTOT, to learn, to have dialogue with the civil society in Taiwan. How did you manage to deter all those disinformation campaign against a democratic, open society. And for example, in a presidential campaign, we could be facing a YouTube radio video that is deep fake, that to explain that, one presidential candidate saying this, or the American no longer want to assist Taiwan in terms of a future possible attack from China, etc. All those, cognitive warfare is the only purpose is to change Taiwanese people's identity. So same to Canadian society, maybe you have your own identity to defend, you have your own democracy to defend. So you want to have a very strong mechanism to strengthen your resilience of an open and democratic society. So that's what we are doing right now, and they are all in a very healthy and very good path forward. And the other thing I would like to say is the so-called silicon shield. Everybody called Taiwan semiconductor industry is silicon shield because it provides us with, because we produce the most advanced chip in the world. We keep that in Hsinchu Science Park in Taiwan, and the Arizona plant in America, or the Kumamoto plant in Japan, or the Dresden plant in Germany, they also have TSMC investment, but they only produce a little bit lower end of the chip because we want to keep our technology in our hometown, to keep our country safe, sort of a strategic strategy for our own country. But we also want to share our intelligence or our technology with like-minded partners. I would not say that because to establish a TSMC in a country, it's so costly. It's not easy to say that, in the US it's 265 billion commitment already, and in Japan, in Germany. And so I would say if in the future we can work with Canada on how do we mobilize our AI technology to help you with the potash mine in your mining industry and in your critical mineral manufacturer industry. And I think that is very pragmatic and it's feasible in the future. And so this is the semiconductor. And I would like to strengthen how important, why we need to defend Taiwan, why there are already more than 265 high-level joint statements, either is a G7 or Canada, Korea foreign minister statement, or US Korea president's statement, all stress the importance of peace and security in the Taiwan Strait, because over 50% of the world's trade pass through the Taiwan Strait. And that's why Canadians continue to send your warship to patrol through the Taiwan Strait along with other allies. And because we know if there is a war in Taiwan Strait, the world economy will be crippling. So that is not win-win to everyone in the world. So the reason we continue to purchase defensive military weapons from the US is we want to defend ourselves. We are not to attack any other country. We want to provide it as a deterrence force for the democracy to sustain and survive. And we continue to work with like-minded countries. And since the war in Ukraine happened 3 years ago, the Taiwan Strait continued to be looked at a more important event that, we don't want another situation happen in Taiwan Strait. So we hope that this kind of, the strategic importance of Taiwan in the first island chain will continue to be looked at a very critical priority for democracies, including Canada. And I would say about the Prime Minister Carney's trade engagement with China, we we do not disagree with that, but we just hope that the relationship with Taiwan will continue at the same path according to the Indo-Pacific strategy that was launched 3 years ago. And we have so many partners, Asia Pacific Foundation and even UVic work with our university in Taidong on Indigenous Affairs cooperation under IPACA framework. So all those are in accordance with Canadian government's Indo-Pacific strategy, and we are looking forward to more cooperative measures. Thank you.
I think it will work. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un grand plaisir d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Merci pour cette invitation. Merci pour cette invitation. Monsieur Clifford, j'espère que je vous dis quelque chose d'intéressant sur notre sujet d'aujourd'hui. Szanowni Państwo, I represent the country of 38 million people, which is similar to Canada, but a little bit smaller. Poland could fit like 3 times in British Columbia, just to give you some sort of perspective.
Alexandra, can you speak up?
Yes, I will try to speak up. That's better? Yeah. Okay, I'll try to speak up. I can start once again. I represent Poland, a country of 38 million people, but which is way smaller than Canada. We could fit like 3 Polands in 1 British Columbia only. My jurisdiction covers a couple provinces, which is 13 times bigger and 3 time zones. But from the economical point of view, we've just reached $1 trillion dollars economy, which means that we are positioned as a G20 country. And this has been achieved since 1999, when we returned to the democratic world after the changes after the Iron Curtain fell. In this context, we are one of the biggest European countries, but we are still considering ourselves as a middle country. And we do think that in the new geopolitical conditions, we need to cooperate. We need to make proper new middle power alliances. In the face of the rupture in the world order, just what your Prime Minister Carney has said during Davos in January 2026. We know that being a smaller country, even though we are a strong economical country, we are not strong enough to matter, but we are not strong enough to act alone. And I just want to underline, we don't want to work alone. Our geography and history have taught us an important lesson. We are located between major powers. We were subjected to partitions and later placed behind the Iron Curtain. And this led us to give us high values to the alliances of our choice. This is something that I need to underline. That is why after 1999 there was a broad consensus. Could I get some water, please? After 1989, there was a broad political consensus in Poland that we need and should join NATO, and that we need and should join European Union. And ever since we joined those 2 alliances, we've been reliable partners and reliable members of those. Nearly 4 decades on, this belief is still shared by the vast majority of Poles, and it remains the foundation of Poland's unwavering commitment to international cooperation. Strategic solitude is not an option for us, and I don't think that this is an option for any other country. We are in a situation when we are affected by 2 conflicts, which we didn't start. One is on our eastern border with war in Ukraine. The other one, the conflict in the Gulf. We witness firsthand that dependence on a single supplier is a risk, and that cooperation and diversification should be seen as a form of insurance. Those who use tariffs, blockages, and economic coercion as leverage must expect that countries will seek cooperation with other partners. Even with a ceasefire in Middle East in place, we must face that dilemma: how can the West remain secure when 20% of the world's oil is under Iran's control, and next 11% of global oil funds Russia war against the European state, Ukraine? Which country is a stable, reliable, predictable, and values-based energy producer? That's a good question. Canada, I would say, has the reserves, but unfortunately currently lacks the infrastructure to fully meet these needs. Yet it remains an option that Poland, and I have to say also other European countries, keep an eye on. We shared standards, and those shared standards are our strengths. Our competitive advantage, not a liability. We offer predictability, stability, and the rule of law. We are creating an ideal investment environment, especially as many investors may seek to move their assets away from the Persian Gulf. However, the main risk of middle power alliances is their fragility. When a great power grants special advantages to one member, it comes at the expense of the entire group. The more divided the international community, the stronger the great powers become. We agree that when the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself. Again, this is the words from your Premier Carney. We are a leader in defense spending within NATO. This year we will be spending more than 5% of our GDP, in Poland. But our safety is based on the international cooperation. We know that the European Union is changing. It's becoming not only economical organization, it's expanding into new areas of cooperation, including defense. We can see it through the SAFE programs and others. But we are also aiming for an enhanced cooperation with the Baltic and Nordic states, especially following increased acts of sabotage against critical undersea infrastructure, including pipelines and internet cables, and within our NATO regional neighborhood through Bucharest 9 format. International law exists only if we choose to believe in it. This is something important I think we all need to remember. And let's not forget, in the international institutions, it is the medium and the small states that hold the majority of the votes. We will not support any comments, Poland, will not support any comments that undermine the sovereignty of UN member states within their recognized borders, be it Canada, Ukraine, or any other country. Prime Minister Mark Carney wrote, "Leadership is the acceptance of responsibility rather than the assumption of power." We are the biggest country of Central Europe, and we do accept this responsibility. For the past several years, we have been working to become a regional gas hub, the so-called Northern Gateway. And we are also one of the world's largest exporters of agri-food products. We support the enlargement of the European Union. The EU must expand, or else the vacuum will be filled by our competitors. We want the enlargement to include the Balkans, hopefully within the decade. We support Iceland in its aspirations. We'll be looking forward to the referendum in Iceland, which will be held in September. We see a place for Ukraine in Europe, which will be a major geopolitical gain. But explaining this to our societies will be the main challenge and concern for the governments. I would like to finish with the motto of the EU, united in diversity. And I strongly believe that this motto is something that defines us, and it shows also our strong belief in cooperation, discussion, and cooperation and coordination. Thank you so much.
That's okay. Thank you for having me again. A remark aside to our ally, common ally, Poland. It was my first visit 2018 to this wonderful country with a delegation of economic sector leaders. And to be honest, we discussed several years to reach the 2% target in Europe, in Canada, in Germany, many, many years. And during that time, Poland was at 4%, now at 5%. Because Poland has the experience to have a border very close to the Ukraine and to other East European countries, and that means they were threatened by the developments. And everyone is talking about war against the full-scale invasion of Russia against Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022. But to be honest, it's not 2022. It was 2014. And therefore, Poland has decided very early to strengthen their own defense aims, and it was, as we know today, very, very right. And therefore, Chris Kilford, I will mention Chilo. And also, in this case, from my point of view, a wrong decision. In end of 80s, beginning of the 90s, we discussed, or at the end it came to closing Shiloh as a maneuver center also for German military. And we discussed it in Germany together with some ministers of defense. For example, in this case, also Ursula von der Leyen, the current commissioner of the European Union. I had a personal discussion with her about tank battalions, looking also to Shiloh. My first experience with Canada was Shiloh, Manitoba. And I warned a little bit that it could be a mistake to reduce the tank battalions in Europe and especially also in Germany so dramatically. And the answer, not only from her, from other experts, was, no, please, you are on the wrong path. The future of defense in Europe will be on the light-armed parachuters or whatever. We will never have a war with tanks and other heavy weapons in Europe. 10 years later, we maybe have learned our lessons, or 20 years later. And therefore, this quote of End of History, Francis Fukuyama, 1990, that, and he had concluded that communism, Soviet Union had failed, and the West is the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, in the moment in Germany, we discussed together with the chief of our army a word which is called, we should be ready for fight tonight. Ready for fight tonight in Europe. Because some naval officer, Navy officers are here, in the Baltic Sea, but also everywhere in the world, we are aware of attacks. One cable in the North Atlantic between Europe and Canada, if you cut this cable, and we have everyday spies, when you cut this cable, 98% of all traffic, internet traffic, will be shut down immediately, 98%. And there are two cables. Therefore, it's more than important to discuss as middle powers how can we defend it together. But my feeling says to me, middle powers alone, without the superpowers, are not able to. We will be forced to work together with the United States of America in issues of defending ourselves, Europe, Canada, North America, and all the other countries. But there is one good quote from Peter Drucker, a professor, I think he's American. He said, the greatest danger in turbulent times is not the turbulence itself, but to act with the logic of yesterday. And I think this quote is very, very correct and very looking into the future. That means we have to change from time to time. He's the so-called father of management by objectives, to give your members of staff, your leaders, the objective, the target, and they will find the way. And now to connect it with our topic, to reach the aim to strengthen the middle powers in concern to what Prime Minister Carney said, I think we live in an international order that is no longer characterized by stability, stable camps, but by fragmentation, insecurity, changing dependencies, and this not only for a few years. Maybe for the next minimum 10 years, we will live in a very dangerous situation. Our intelligence services in Europe, as well from Germany, said we live in a time which was never before such characterized by such a danger. Not in the so-called, after the Second World War, the Cold War in Europe. We are really in a dangerous situation. And you see what an attack against Iran at the end means for every economic stability worldwide. Prices rise up in Canada, in Germany, in Europe, and so on and so on. Therefore, from time to time, it's good to think who are our allies and to whom could we rely on. And I will repeat it. Germany is officially looking back with gratitude on the 75 years of joint diplomatic relations between Canada and Germany this year, and 3/4 century of a friendship whose reliability and mutual appreciation is undoubtedly remarkable. As I said, we are thankful for that. This story of success, and I will mention him again because some of participants today came after my introduction remarks this morning to me and said, okay, that was a good hint to Konrad Adenauer. Your foundation is named after him. I'm deeply convinced the story of success between our two countries, middle powers, would not have been possible in that way if there had not been one, to call him a fighter for international understanding, for peace, for West integration, for freedom at the beginning of reconstruction Germany after the Second World War. It was this first Chancellor of the Federal Republic, Konrad Adenauer. And I have found a very interesting quote. And this from the backdrop of our current situation in Europe. I'm looking more or less more to maybe to Germany, maybe not so much to the west of Canada, although I like it very much to be in Victoria. But this quote, let's think it. I quote, and he declared it in Munich, 1950, 76 years ago, more or less. What does Europe live on? He asked. It lives on the mercy of the United States. It won't stay that way forever. One day, the moment will come and must come when this Europe can help itself again and has to stand on its own feet. But it can only do so if this Europe is united into a federalist state, into a community, into a great power, of course not a power of such importance that it could become dangerous to one of the two world powers. So that Soviet Russia in particular will never have to see a danger in such a union, but it will become a power which is so great that it can be used to maintain peace in the world. As a middle power, like Canada, and also like Germany. We are stronger together. To underline it, as partners, as reliable partners, as economic partners, as security partners, energy security, water security, food security, the three main issues for our future. Only to mention trade relations. Two-way trade has grown significantly since Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, shorten it up, CETA. CETA was signed in 2016 and went provisionally into force in 2017. Germany formally ratified CETA on January the 20th of 2023. But Deputy Minister knows that, and others, experts. Till today, 10 members of the European Union have not signed by their parliaments CETA. And this would be now the best time to make a signal also to Canada because of free trade now to come to an end about these discussions. Germany is Canada's 6th largest foreign investor, with a direct investment stock valued at $40.3 billion. Ultimate investor country 2024, that are current, more or less current figures. Conversely, Canadian direct investment abroad was approximately $16.2 billion in 2024, positioning Germany as the 7th largest recipient of CDIA in Europe. Defense relations. We are strong partners of defense and security. Both countries are part of NATO. July 2024, Canada, Germany, Norway signed a trilateral partnership focusing on maritime security cooperation in North Atlantic. At the June 2025 NATO summit at Hague, maybe you remember, Denmark joined the partnership as well. And in August 2022, Germany announced that it would join the Montreal-based NATO Climate Change and Security Center of Excellence, which was launched in October 2023. And so on and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, the speech of Prime Minister Carney has deeply impressed many politicians of the world, me as well. Although it was, to be honest, it was not the first speech about middle powers. I think I remember he mentioned it during a budget speech in Parliament as well, that the middle powers should come now together. But he warned in Davos on the 20th of January that the old world order would be irretrievably destroyed by the striving for great power and the rivalry of individual states by force or threat of force. A violation of the integrity of Greenland, sovereignty of NATO partner Denmark would directly trigger Article 5 of NATO treaty. I will shorten it up. He said one important sentence, and it belongs to Peter Drucker. I mentioned him. Nostalgia, according to Carney, is not a strategy. He's right. In this case, I would say is absolutely right. And what to do now? Only three thinkings. A new Nordic alliance, new Nordic security alliance, maybe in between NATO, could be an option. A Nordic security trade alliance could be an option. To combine security, military security and trade security, more or less better, to strengthen it, to find a bond, especially between Canada, the Scandinavian and the Baltic states of Europe. We have not to replace the old NATO, I think so, under US leadership, but we will see what now will happen. The US will step by step go out of will go out of NATO or not, no one knows. But security partnership between Canada, Norway, Denmark, Germany, and the Nordic states, the northern flank of NATO, Iceland, Denmark, Canada, all the around the Arctic. One of the most important issues for Canada, but also for Europe, could be a new part of our alliance. Last sentence. All the announcements, politicians, if they are prime ministers in Canada or chancellors in Germany or in Europe, I think we can strengthen our cooperation with like-minded states in the Indo-Pacific or the Western Hemisphere, but we have to think about two things. First, such an approach must not be limited to mere rhetoric of goodwill and cooperation. Strategic dialogues that remain largely inconsequential, or at least do not lead to joint strategic action, have great potential to cause disappointment. The nature of relations with Latin America is an example for that. And I think we have to discuss how we can avoid to disappoint some of our partners, and especially when you think about Germany or Europe, about the strengths of the left or right wings, extremist parties. This week we have election in Hungary. When you ask, it's very often this, that they are, at the end, they are really disappointed about announcements which are not fulfilled. That is one of the main reasons for the power or the strength of extremist parties in Europe and in other parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my last quote for today, and then we go now to the discussion. And I think that is one of the also most important quotes, 3 quotes today from me. From the German, he comes also like me from Lower Saxony, Hans-Georg Christoph Lichtenberg, a professor. Which benefit is of the most beautiful sunrises if you do not stand up? Which benefit? Wonderful sunrise, and no one learns these lessons. We have to learn our lesson, and we should very close stand together, Canada, Germany, and Europe. And Canada is not necessary to become a member of the European Union. From my point of view, you have not discussed the regulation of European Union, although 60% of Canadians wants to become a member of the European Union. But please discuss before the regulation of the European Union and then make the polls or whatever again. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank our panelists for your contributions today and seeing the world through your eyes. And we're going to open the floor to Q&A. And Gilbert, could you, or Cherub, could you? just up here. Chair, just back there. Thank you. Are you not live?
My name is Jack Basie, and it's a short question to the speaker from Poland. I think I heard you say that bringing Iceland into the EU wouldn't cause the Polish people any problems. Did I pick that up wrong? But Ukraine would be a difficult challenge for the Polish government?
Well, thank you very much for this question. I said that we will be looking with interest on the referendum that is being held in Iceland in September this year with regard to whether Iceland will want to join the European Union. And we are supporting Ukraine, ever since the full-scale attack of Russia on Ukraine. You know that Poland has been a hard supporter of Ukraine and Ukrainian people. Most of the help going through to Ukraine goes through Poland. At the moment, more than 1 million refugees are living in Poland, and they are part of the society. They are working. The children are being in the schools, and they are being incorporated into the society. But the help is still going on. And I also said that we would welcome Ukraine in the EU, but this has different challenges, and this is an issue that needs to be discussed in the future or after ceasefire.
Hi, my name is Kaya, and I have a question for the representatives of both Germany and Poland. So the post-Cold War security architecture for Central and Western Europe has been built upon the assumption of a U.S. security guarantee as the primary protector. The Trump administration has increasingly been threatening to pull out of NATO, or should they break the alliance by invading another ally, they might be kicked out. With the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russia has increasingly advocated that they would not be afraid to invade Central and Western Europe by the year of 2030. Poland, as it recently has reached 5% GDP on their defense expenditure, Germany being the highest economy in Europe, are both of these countries equipped to conventionally rearm at a massive scale should they lose the US security assumption?
Germany has decided to invest more than 130 billion euros now into our own security and defense. But it's not only German defense and security. We discuss it always under the European level. We have a new situation also for Canada, not to forget to mention it, SAFE, and Rearm Europe 2030. That means Canada is the only country, one and only country, which is not a European country, not member of the European Union, which is able to participate into SAFE agreement since June last year. That means the Rearm Europe program for protecting Europe against aggressors, more or less from Russia, is a defense program around 800 billion, and this SAFE program is around 150 billion. That is the backdrop of Prime Minister Carney's announcement that Canada will reach first 3.5 and then 5% of budget for defense. I think that are loans. It's not fresh money, but they are loans, and they offered Canada to participate in this program to strengthen their own defense sector. That means we have a small change in the architecture of financing. When I was first time in October, November in Canada, 2024, I participated in Halifax, in the Halifax Security Forum. And the former defense minister, I've forgotten now his, no, afterwards. No, as well not. Mr. Tom, no, it doesn't matter. They discussed it very heavily. If it's necessary, how can we build up an infrastructure in the north? Harbor infrastructure, defense infrastructure. What will happen if the Arctic will be the next field, more in the shadow of the Ukraine war, the next field of the conflict between the superpowers? I'm not in Germany, I can definitely say not every German is aware of what is happening in the moment or what has happened during the last 10 years in the Arctic. It's not because a region for climate change, and it's not a region where no one can go through, looking to change a little bit the perspective. In Germany, our students and pupils, they have a so-called atlas where you look in. In the midst is Europe. In the south is Africa. In the west is North America and South America. And in the east is Asia and China. But change the perspective tonight, before you go to bed, and look from above. Look from above, and then look how short the distances between Canada and Norway and Russia are. And then it becomes sense that we discuss in the moment that drones have now that they can fly 1,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Rockets can fly. NORAD has to be modernized, as Deputy Minister said. Has to be modernized as fast as you can, from my point of view. Rockets of Iran have a reach of 3,000 kilometers, and they will reach Europe as well. Therefore, we have a totally changed discussion. I'm the last one who wants to make alarmism here, but we have a total different situation in comparison to the Cold War. Now we have proliferation of weapons, nuclear weapons and others, in countries which are the so-called CRINC states. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. The CRINC states. And therefore we have to discuss how to defend the Western world, the global West. I will not say against the global South or something like that. That is not my purpose. But we have to be aware what is happening around us. Also in Victoria. I like this place really much. I repeat it now the third time. And someday I will stay here, maybe, no. Looking around and see how nice it is means also to be aware of what could happen in the world, and it will affect all of us. And therefore this NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, is a good thing. It's the best thing we have invented after the Second World War. Canada was one of the first. But looking to the quote I mentioned first, what has to change in our view to get really modernized fighting for peace, freedom, and for our societies. That is what the citizens of Canada, Germany, everywhere in the world, everyone is expecting from our politicians, that they care for our security. That is the main issue. That is the foundation for democracy, to give the people that they convincing arguments that we as politicians
care, therefore, for the children and for the people and for the citizens. We care for their security at the end. That is the main reason for politicians and the main topics and challenges they are standing in front of. And you as citizens has also the possibility, no, you should assist everywhere where you can to convince your colleagues here in the university that everyone for us, as I mentioned, is responsible for that.
Maybe just a short comment on this. I cannot tell you if we are all ready, and I hope we will never find out if we are ready. It's just ever since we joined the NATO, we are modernizing our army. At the moment, our army is the first in NATO as regards the number of soldiers. We've been in NATO since 2004, and the expenditures that the budget that was spent on the defense was quite astounding. But ever since the Russia aggression on Crimea, actually, so it's 2014, as it was said here, we are even doubling our spendings, and we are trying to prepare. We are cooperating with our NATO allies. On the eastern flank, we are trying to build the strong. We know that we are the eastern flank, and we know we have to be prepared.
We have time just for one more question, if anyone has. Just here, Chair.
I wanted to add something.
Yes.
Hi there, my name is Tanner. I have a question for the representative from Mexico. You discussed the importance between a free trade agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And for example, as the war in Iran rages, Canada is set to make record profits off of oil, yet Canadians still pay heavily at the pump. As most of our infrastructure runs north to south and not east to west, what does this say about how middle powers like Canada can become structurally dependent on larger economies like the United States instead of fostering and building their own domestic industries?
Let me thank you for a great question. As a professor, I have to say that I'm particularly pleased to see students join us today. So thank you, and thank you for raising up your hand and asking all the questions you shared with us. I am a product of the globalization generation. I do believe in the great advantages of free trade and collaboration. I do understand that over the last 5 years, we're seeing a nationalist pushback, anti-globalization movement that is making a lot of nations think twice about the benefits. I hope that this is just a blimp in a larger trend towards greater globalization. The good news is that this will give us time to reflect about what were the good things about all the engineering and design that we've put behind free trade, and to update it so that it can actually deliver as we need in the next few years. Free trade has actually been framed in the forms of economic returns, economic efficiency. I think that there are social factors that need to be included in that end. Specifically to the question about oil, countries need to be protective of themselves. So I do believe that part of the lesson of the last few years is that there are some basic input resources that nations need to make sure that they have guaranteed access to protect the safety of their own nations. At the same time, we are learning that we need to diversify our partnerships so that we're not too much dependent on specific suppliers just in case something happens. So that would be my recommendation. Make sure that we continue to move forward towards globalization through diversification and making sure that globalization means more than economic output, and the output is actually quantified as well in terms of social well-being for everybody. I hope I help you with your question.
Thank you, Pedro. I'm going to have to draw this panel to a close. I'm going to thank the panel in just a second, but what will happen next is we'll take another break, another coffee break, And then we're going to come back because we have former Ambassador Marc Lortie, who is going to close out our conference, and then we'll have a bit of a reception afterwards. So we'll have coffee and then, of course, come back because Marc is a brilliant speaker, and I know he has a lot to share with us. Now, as for our panel, we heard the perspectives from a Mexican perspective, a Taiwanese, a Polish, and a German perspective. I had an opportunity to visit Taiwan and spend time seeing how dynamic Taiwan is as a society, but of course with China always looming in the background. And last year, Alexandra, I spent a week in Poland visiting our troops who are training members of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, but of course with the full backing of Poland and all of the efforts that are going on there, a collective effort by middle powers to address many of the concerns that we're seeing in the world today. I think why this panel was important is because we see a lot of worldviews from different eyes. Yes, Canadian eyes, but also from different countries. But one of the themes that came out to me, no matter how we may have approached things or how our panelists approach things, was that we have a common issue with the United States of America. Whether it's on trade, whether it's concerns over working together from a security perspective, arguably not new. We've faced this sort of thing before, but today, collectively, they mount up and they create challenges for all of us, and they keep us awake at night. Whether you're in Taipei or in Bonn or Warsaw or Mexico City or Ottawa. I'd like to thank you all for sharing your perspectives with us today, spending the time. I know some of you have to escape to get back to home. So on behalf of us all, thank you to our panelists. It's coffee break, and see you back soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are nearing the end of what has been an epic day. And this certainly is a last but not least situation. C'est un immense plaisir de vous présenter notre dernier intervenant, Monsieur Marc Lortie. So many adjectives to describe what Mr. Lortie has brought to the international stage and to Canada. He has been a diplomat, ambassador, prime ministerial spokesperson, and trusted advisor to various prime ministers on federal provincial issues, Latin American and European affairs. He joined the Department of External Affairs in 1971 and later served abroad in Tunisia for a few years, Washington for 4 years. He was seconded to the Prime Minister's office in 1985, where he was in charge of relations with the international media until 1987, when he was named press secretary. In 1989, he returned to the diplomatic service and served in Paris as Minister Counselor for Political Affairs and as personal representative of the Prime Minister for La Francophonie. It goes on, but I'm getting there. He was named Canadian Ambassador to Chile in 1993 and served in that position until 1997, when he was nominated Fellow at the Centre for International Affairs at Harvard University. Marc returned to Ottawa in September 1998, where he was appointed Sherpa for the Third Summit of the Americas, for the Third Summit of the Americas. And finally, in 2001, he was appointed Assistant Deputy Minister for the Americas. Not finally. We have one last stretch, and this was a good one, I think. This was well earned. He was ambassador of Canada to Spain from 2004 to 2007, and then moved on to France, where he served as ambassador of Canada to France from 2007 to 2012. We are so lucky to have him in the room today, and please join me in welcoming Marc Lortie. Vous êtes le bienvenu, monsieur.
Marc. Merci beaucoup, Mélanie.
Je vous en prie.
I'm going to innovate. I'm not going to use the podium. I'm going to talk from here. Therefore, I'll be closer to you, young guys. 25 years ago, I was invited to address the Couchiching conference at Lake Couchiching, which is an hour north of Toronto, near Orillia. They wanted to have my perspective on organizing a summit, a world summit that Canada just hosted in Quebec City, and especially my experience with civil society. What do you do? What do a policy maker do when he is given by the Prime Minister the responsibility to build an agenda for the Western Hemisphere? Prime Minister Chrétien was not too keen about having me as his personal representative, just entre nous. I was the spokesman for Mulroney, you know. And therefore, as a public servant, I was shifted because of my experience in Washington. I was in the Prime Minister's office for many years, and I ended up as the Prime Minister, and I did the election of '88, famous election. Jonathan referred to the last election as one, maybe the most important. '88 was a big one on free trade. But in any event, Prime Minister said, okay, vas-y, organise ça. I said, Prime Minister, what should we have as an agenda? Brian Stevenson was advising Lloyd Axworthy, our foreign minister. He was very much involved in human security. I mean, he did the landmines and so on, but Brian was an expert on Latin America. Therefore, I sat down with Brian and say, where should we go? You know, how should we build things? Well, the short answer for policymakers in the field of foreign policy, but I would say the same thing in the field of defense, or in the field of environment, or in the field of social affairs, is to embark and consult civil society in your society. And we developed the thematic of strengthening the democratic rule in the Americas. The Americas in 2001, suddenly, we were in an era of growing democratic regime, which we should not lose track. You're too young to remember that period, but it was not that long ago that the rest of the Assembly have known it. The rest of the Assembly, meaning that at the end of last century and at the beginning of 2000, we were in an era of democracy in crescendo. In today's world, 25 years later, we are facing democracy in decline. We had the thematic of strengthening the democratic rule throughout the Americas. And why? Because 25 years previously, from 1975 and even earlier, in the Americas, you had 25 military dictatorship or authoritarian regimes out of 34 countries. But 25 years later, there was a great movement, grassroots movement from every single country, from Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Central America, that it was time to move to a democratic rule. And it's a big challenge, how to move to a democratic rule, a democratic governance. And it is very relevant to the role of Canada in the world. Using the example of our democratic institutions and democratic rules to strengthen individual freedoms in a country. It's a big challenge. The only way to do it was to sit down and crisscross the country and ask civil society how to proceed. What were the challenges they were facing? Were they economic challenges, security challenges, immigration challenges, opening free trade, or too much globalization? Were there enough unions and union rights? Were there enough labor rights? Were they, in a sense, what would make a better society? And you sit down and you consult and you get some ideas. And then you do it through the Americas. At the end, we consulted 1,500 civil society groups throughout the Americas, consulting them about corruption. The cancer of all societies is corruption. Corruptions, governments are taking advantage of the system. Corrupt practices. How do you address corrupt practices? Well, you knock at the door of Transparency International. You knock at the door of several civil society groups involved in the questions of corrupt practices in the society. And you try to find the best practices to combat corruptions. Education. How do you involve parents in primary educations? How do you convince government to invest in primary education? Therefore, we develop a plan of action, a rather large plan of action with civil society in consultations. I would not say in agreement with civil society. It was in consultations with them. At the end, some of the civil society groups were unhappy with us because we did not retain their perspective. But they were consulted. They were involved. We consulted First Nations. It was a shock for Brazilians, Chileans, that we will knock at the door of their First Nations to consult them. But we did it, and therefore the summit had some credibility. World events change things. It was in April 2001, and 9/11 happened a few months later. Suddenly, 9/11 changed our daily lives to all of us. Not only those dealing in foreign policy matters, but every citizen. Suddenly, airports are not as open and free as they were. Security is the name of the game. We're not talking globalization. We're not talking democratic rules. We're not talking democratic institutions anymore. We're talking security. Security for the individual, Bernd, you mentioned it. Security for the state. Security for the institutions. Therefore, the soft power agenda that we had moved to hard power. We moved from 9/11 and I fast forward to Afghanistan, to the Iraq War, to the financial crisis of 2008, creating more inequality in our societies. And what do we have today? Well, in the Western world, we have the rise of extreme right groups, the rise of populism, the rise of national populism, the challenge of cultural identity. It is the challenge of our society, especially in the Western world these days. And there is one major factor that explains it more than inequality, more than lack of services, or the perception of lack of public services or the quality of public services. The rise of extreme right-wing parties is driven by immigration issues. If there is a chance for Marine Le Pen next year, at this time of year, to be elected President of France, she will campaign on immigration. Donald Trump was re-elected for a second time, basically on immigration issues and the southern border. Inflation was a factor, no doubt, but the mass immigration was a huge factor. Brexit in 2016 went over the post because the British, especially the English, fear the invasions of immigration. The rise of AFP in Germany is on immigration. Giorgia Meloni campaigned on immigration. She's a better leader than we could have expected during her campaign. Immigration, what you said this morning, is key to democratic governance. Because, and that's where I would like to go back to what Canada could project. Well, when I was ambassador, being in Spain or in France or in Chile, when the governments were looking at Canada, there was always two big issues mentioned. First of all, we were well-liked, which is always important. But number two was, how do you manage your immigration? We have a problem. 2 months ago, the Chileans elected a far-right government. Why? Because, you know, a small country like Chile accepted 500,000 Venezuelans leaving Venezuela and going down to South America, arriving in Chile, 500,000. The far-right candidate campaign on immigration was elected. Therefore, what you're doing, Sheila, what you're doing in terms of immigration is the example for our Western societies. Immigration demands public policy for integrations of new arrivals, and that's what we have invented. Some of us could complain that it is too decentralized, that the cities are not involved, the government, the provincial government should have more say in choosing the immigrants. But it is a challenge facing our society of today's. And the example of the Canadian society, and I don't think we should be too tough on us. The example of the Canadian society in this regard is rather unique. Unique. We are the only country where we don't have a far-right group arguing for less immigrants. And we are taking much more immigrants than every single country in Western Europe. It's because we have good public policy. Therefore, good public policy comes from democratic institutions. It comes from the strengthening and making sure that our democratic institutions are well and alive. And the reason to do that is to involve in governance, in your democratic governance, to involve civil society. Let me give you another example, especially for the young student. The European Union, the philosophy behind the European Union was born in Canada. Young Jean Monnet, at 18 years old, is sent by his father, younger than all of you guys. He's sent by his father at the age of 18 to market the family cognac, the famous the Monnet cognac. He's being sent by his father. His father says, Jean, we sent you to England last year to learn English. Now you're going to go to Canada. 1905. You're going to go to North America, and we want you to penetrate the new markets and sell the cognac of the family. Young Jean Monnet arrived after Montreal and Toronto in Winnipeg, and it's a new country for him. It's an eye-opener. It is in Western Canada. And he goes to Saskatchewan. And his objective is to reach Calgary, because the headquarters of the Hudson Bay Company is in Calgary. Therefore, he is caught in Saskatchewan, lost. He's caught because his carriage is en panne, and he doesn't know what to do. Therefore, he goes and knocks at the door of a farmer and asks, he said, well, I'm a young French guy. I need to go to Calgary and so on. And they have no means of transportation. Therefore, the farmer said, oh, there's not a problem. You take my buggy and the 12 horses, you carry on, and you go to Calgary, and you leave my horses and buggy in Calgary at such and such a place, and I'm going to Calgary in 2 weeks, I will take it back. Young Monet is 18 years old, and he says, how come a farmer from Saskatchewan has confidence, trust in me, a young European of 18 years old? And he goes back home and he said, no Europeans, men, would have given me the same confidence as the Saskatchewan farmer. Why is that? The reason is the Saskatchewan farmers believe in the country he was living in and develop a trust and solidarity for neighbors. And he decided at that time to create institutions to build trust between men and women in Europe. And this is the philosophy and the basis of the European Union that we know today. And some would argue that maybe we should be part of the European Union. I will not go that far. Therefore, this is a story of trust between men and women, confidence in your institutions, making sure that your quality of life and your bienestar, as we say in Spanish, your welfare, individual welfare, and your freedom are going to be not only respected, but enhanced by this trust. Unfortunately, what we are living now, and that is for your new generation, the new generation, what we are facing now is a world of distrust. Do we have confidence in the Americans? Do we have confidence that they are going to respect the agreement that Pedro mentioned? Where is Pedro? Pedro mentioned that we will renegotiate with the Americans. Do we have confidence that the NATO alliance will survive? Do we have alliance that J.D. Vance will arrive at an agreement this weekend with the Iranians? Is there enough trust between those men and women? And that is the challenge we are facing, the lack of trust. Therefore, the role of Canada, the role of all of us, is to rebuild trust, to go back and rebuild, re-engage, develop the sense of confidence. Alliances are based on trust. If I don't trust you, no need to have an alliance. We need to have this trust, and that should be the prime purpose of our foreign policy. Rebuilding trust, first with our friends and allies. Rebuilding trust with countries that we have neglected. I'm thinking about Mexico first and foremost. We have neglected the Mexicans. We are neglecting the Brazilians. We have neglected the Indians. We need to re-engage. We need to build that trust. But that trust comes first and foremost from engaging civil society in strengthening Canadian democratic institution. Thank you very much. We are in a society of mutual admiration.
We do have time for questions with Marc, and I'm sure there must be some there. And Gilbert, if I could get you to deploy the microphone. Marc, I'll hand you this one. And over to you. Question right there.
Yes.
I'll get out of the way.
Merci, monsieur. It's wonderful what you've just said, and it's great to hear that lovely story about Saskatchewan.
Are you from there?
I'm not, but I've been there. They gave me a parking ticket. Earlier, somebody made the point that Canada should be a G7 principal power. And I just wondered if rather than trying to keep up there with the big boys and trying to show that we're as big or better than they are, that Canada should be a power of principles. And I think what you have just elucidated to us is exactly that. It's that good feel about Canada. You've served around the world. You know what people know about Canada and Canadians, or what they don't know about Canada or Canadians. And unfortunately, when I go to Europe every year, I ask them, I say I come from Canada, and they say it's cold. And that's it. That's all they know. Yeah. So instead of that Canada that used to be world-renowned in the 1970s as a beautiful country, a green country, an outgoing country, a friendly country, it doesn't really have that power anymore. And I wonder how we can take what you're saying about Canada and about the way that Canada and Canadiana has been created, how can that actually be delivered? Who is going to take that message of Canadian principles and to help the world out of its present malaise?
Well, I have to say that next time you go to Europe, you will hear about Marc Carney. How many of our panelists use his speech in Davos? He delivered a 20-minute speech in Davos, and the world is talking about it. This is absolutely remarkable, because what he said was profoundly true. We are entering an era of rupture, the rupture of the international world order that all of us, including the young people, all of us have enjoyed for the last 80 years, and now we are entering a world that is more perilous. We just don't know what is going to happen. And therefore, our Canadian society has a lot to offer, but we're not very good about bragging, number one. And number two, there is always a danger to be preachy, like le général nous a dit ce matin. There is a danger to be preachy. And therefore, there is a fine line. There is a fine line of pushing forward your values without being preachy. And that fine line is so far the line of the current government. And based on values, defending, promoting our values without being preachy. Not easy. Bon, il fait beau soleil, alors j'ai... Yes.
So let's Kilford. Let's go here, and then we'll come back.
Thank you.
On the subject of immigration, where Canada has been a model for integrating people from other countries and welcoming people from other countries, there's no question about that. My son is married to a girl from Ecuador, Quito, Ecuador, and my daughter is married to a man from Mumbai. So in speaking with them, however, our support and enthusiasm, according to them, for accelerated immigration is being challenged right now simply because there hasn't been the infrastructure built in order to accommodate the volume of people coming into the country. Infrastructure as well as housing. And also when you have economic challenges, that too can serve as a barrier to unbridled immigration. The second point that they've pointed out is the standards of qualifications for the people who are coming into the country under the assumption that the people will contribute to the country has been challenged as well. The feeling is that our immigration policies have been too lax and that it's people, we're welcoming people who will take more than they'll contribute. So from what I gather, that's the current challenge. Do you have any observations on that?
Well, just a few observations. I'm not an immigration policy expert, but I would say two things. We have in the last few years, not only have we increased the number of immigrants, but we have increased the number of international students going to all kinds of, so-called colleges that are in shopping centers, do not exist, almost. And we have also increased at a very fast pace the foreign workers. Without respecting the fundamental philosophy of our immigration. The reason we have been so successful with our immigration is that we have a philosophy behind immigration, which is to make the new immigrants, the new arrival, to make him or make her a new citizen of the country. Foreign workers are coming to work and help out for a certain period of time. But the program has been denaturalized, that suddenly it is a fast track to bypass the immigration policy, classic immigration. And the government has started to repair that aspect in order to respect the philosophy and the capacity of our society to integrate those immigrants. It is a debate that is going to remain with us. We saw it in Alberta. Albertans are going to vote in October on a series of very, very complex referendum. 9 questions, very detailed questions, and most of them are vis-à-vis immigration. It's a bit surprising, but it is there. The question of the numbers of immigrants in Quebec is being discussed. How many immigrants should come in? Would immigrants be a plus or a minus for the French-speaking Canadian society? It's a big debate. It's a debate. I think this debate is sometime propose to raise the fear of citizens. And that is the danger of such a debate. Having said that, I think that it was a little bit too easy to blame the new arrivals for our housing problem or health care problem and so on. It's not because of the immigrants, you know, it's because we were too complacent. I mean, that is the danger that is the danger that are facing us, to be too complacent as a society. Okay, c'est bon, c'est bon.
Mr. Lortie, merci beaucoup. Thanks, Terri Cormier. Thank you so much for that, as always, provocative and engaging presentation that kind of touches a lot of the points we're talking about here today. I want to ask you a little bit about the notion of trust. You talked about it internationally, how it's disappeared in the institutions, but I would like to posit that trust within our confederation, within our societies, is just dissipating, is breaking down, has broken down, and continues to break down. People don't have the same degree of trust in their neighbors as you did in 1905 meeting a Saskatchewan farmer. We don't, for a number of reasons. And I believe that we don't have the same trust in our institutions in Canada that we used to have, for reasons that are evident to all of us. Our healthcare system is not what it was 25 years ago. We don't have access to it, and we see it in the opioid epidemic that's killing thousands and thousands of people in this province alone. We see it in the homelessness. I mean, there's lots of reasons for all of this, but we don't have the confidence and the trust in our public institutions to reflect reality and to deal with it and to deal with us. And it's the security stuff it makes it so much more complicated because you don't even have access to your representatives. Your politicians are hidden away. They pop up on virtual stuff. It's always curated. There's no engagement. There's not the opportunity that this day has given us to have some sorts of exchanges with each other. So I have some specific things in mind with respect to decisions that the government of Canada took with COVID-19, with mandates that you couldn't get on a plane or have a cup of coffee unless you injected yourself with experimental therapies that have wreaked havoc. You come from Quebec. Quebec has had a vaccine injury compensation program since 1985. Since 85 to 2021, 6 claims a year for 30 different vaccines, exploded by a factor of 10 with the mRNA therapy that causes cardiac incidents in young males. I know because my son is a victim of it. So it's personal. But and we know it, we hear about it. There are thousands and thousands. The government of Canada distances itself from these kinds of issues. Doesn't want to address it for obvious reasons, for reasons that I can understand, but doesn't want to address it. Artificial intelligence, what's it doing? There's lots of other issues like this, but our trust in public institutions, like health, like education, I don't have the same regard for the University of Victoria that I used to have, even though I taught here, even though 2 of my daughters graduated from here, because the university has become a business which makes money out of housing, which makes money out of parking. It's a business. It's not the same kind of motivation. It's operated on business lines. This is structural and it's throughout, but I want you to comment a little bit on how can we have trust internationally amongst institutions like NORAD and NATO and the United Nations if we don't have trust within our own collectives, our own communities, and our own province and our own nation. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your provocative, and thank you for everyone for being here and for all the presentations. And I really have enjoyed the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Terry. You raise a profound question about trust in government and trust in public institutions. It is a tough question. It is not easy, but you have to have confidence that people in those public institutions are there to really serve the public goods. I mean, serve the public interests. And sometimes they have the means, other times they have limited means. We discuss the 2%, the 5%. Is it enough? Is it too much? Is it at the expense of what the healthcare system needs, and so on and so forth? It's part of governance, Terry. We have to improve when we see a problem and a lack of trust of people vis-à-vis healthcare. We have to address it. We have to sit down and address it and try to repair that governance, the way it is done. Why do we have an healthcare problem? Well, we have an healthcare problem because the healthcare system was invented in the 70s. And suddenly we are in 2026 and we have an aging population. And then we have a huge, huge problem in our, fixing the hospitals and fixing that and so on. But we could, if we address it, we could fix it. It is fixable. It's a question of willingness to address proper governance on an issue. We're going to fix the problem of housing. We're going to fix the problem of healthcare. Would that be perfect? Well, I can tell you one thing is that if you go to France, you will have a better healthcare, but you pay a little bit more money for it because very likely you're going to go through a private door rather than a public door. But if you were to go to Mexico, if you go to India, if you go through the public door of healthcare, you will be stunned by not the same type of quality you would receive. You have to go through the private door. Therefore, where is the right balance? Where do we address the right balance? Well, you consult, you sit down, you consult with experts in civil society, people like you have faced some issues, other groups, you sit down, and you may come up with good solutions or solutions that are too expensive. With Canadian would have proved that, in order to resolve the certain issues, we are all going to raise our taxes by 25%. Or the GST is going to go from 5 to 12%. Europeans are paying 22% on goods and services for what they buy. Do we want to do that? Or do we want to stay at 12%, at 9%, at 5%? Question of choice in your society. Challenges for the politicians. Politicians who would campaign, I can tell you one thing, Marc Carney was elected, but he did not campaign on saying, you know what, I have a solution to improve the productivity in our country. Canadians don't pay enough taxes. We're going to put the GST, as soon as I'm elected, from 5 to 9%. You know what? He will be leader of the opposition today. therefore, I mean, at one point you have to be realistic and say, where do I, you know, we have a certain amount of public money, and how do I divide it properly? If it is not divided properly, well, you know, your society cringe, and then, but you have to address it. It's a question of governance. Never, never, never neglect the importance of governance in our society. Jonathan rightly mentioned the fact that Canadians are not voting enough. Well, they're not voting enough, not because they are désabusés. Some of them are not voting enough because they feel that the system is fine, you know, the system is okay. Others are saying, well, the system is, c'est pourri. They are all bums, and they are all, you know, corrupt people, if I'm not going to vote. Even if you oblige them to vote, they're not going to vote. They're going to go to the booth and put an X because they are convinced that the system is not for them. Therefore, it is important that every single citizen pay attention to the quality of governance. And, but it is a challenge that is not unique to us, you know. Look at what is going on in the United States. You know. I did not want to talk about the United States, but you know, here we are. I'll stop here.
Mark, are you taking any more questions? Hi. As you remember very well, at the Quebec City Summit in 2001, rising belief in commitment in democracy was very much part of the ethos. So was free trade and freer trade. And, you know, it was very much, you know, there was an agenda for that, and it had a lot of support in the hemisphere. That's clearly not the moment that we're in, although I think probably a majority of Canadians, and certainly both major political parties, remain very committed to the existing trade agreement we have with the United States and Mexico. Is that belief in free trade, is there still a political constituency in favor of that internationally? And we know where the present occupant of the White House thinks about this. Is it worth something that Canada should continue to pursue, or do we shelve that as a dream of yesteryear and we have to find some more managed, compromised solution for the future?
Well, you know, free trade as such is an instrument, it's a tool. It's a tool that people believe will improve the prosperity of a country. We are an open trader as a country. Therefore, I would argue very strongly that we still believe in free trade. But, you know, the Quebec City Summit was contested by a huge demonstration contesting the globalization. They were altermondialistes, they were anti-free trade, anti-Americans. We had it all, you know. It was absolutely a zoo to manage at one point. But Seattle, just across the wonderful here, Seattle hosted the year before the WTO, the World Trade Organization ministerial meeting. It was so chaotic, so difficult to manage, that the meeting was abandoned. Therefore, free trade was contested by people who felt that, you know, it was just for business. Free trade is for business, it's not for me, it's not for the individual, it's not to improve society, it's just for business. Well, you know, experience have shown that a country like Canada, we have to remain open to the world and open to free trade, because it is our prosperity and prosperity of the next generation. Last week, the WTO meeting, the same ministerial meeting that took place in Seattle in year 2000, took place in Yaoundé, Cameroon. Nobody was interested. Not a single you know, person in the world of anti-globalization or pro-globalization were interested in that WTO ministerial meeting. And what things change, but one thing that is important for us is to make sure that free trade brings rules and regulation that foreign partners are going to abide by. And that is the reason we have those trade agreements. You know, we want the other partners to abide by certain rules that we know the name of the game. Because the name of the game in that field, it means more stability, prosperity for every single Canadian.
Mark, we have time for 2 more questions, and they're going to come from students. And the first one is going to be Sheriff in the back.
Yes.
Got another microphone coming.
Ironic, I've been running these mics all day and I'm not able to use it when it's for myself. Firstly, thank you very much for the compelling discourse. It's been really refreshing today to hear a lot of candid conversation. It is not very common, as we've all talked about, within the public sector, so I really appreciate it. My question pertains to public policy. I intend to pursue public policy, so I do the reading of whether it's Adam Smith or Karl Marx, whoever it may be, to understand that, let's say, global trade is beneficial for everyone. However, the expectation that everyone else understands what good policy is so that they can make good policy decisions, such as voting, such as participating in referendums, I think is not considered to the public who are not taught of public policy. So you've really emphasized throughout your discussion the importance of public policy. How are we going to make the people who act on public policy actually know what good policy is to fix all of the challenges we've outlined today?
Well, I congratulate you to read Adam Smith. This is pretty dry reading. Karl Marx is more entertaining, but this is really heavy reading. Bravo. You know, public policy, we should not, you know, diminish the importance of public policy. Public policy is absolutely key in quality of governance. If you don't have good public policy, if you don't have good public policy in certain sector, well, what happened? The young people, they leave the country. They say, you know what? There is no future for me here. There is no future for me. Why is there more Cubans abroad than in Cuba? Well, you know, suddenly they say, well, the public policy is so restrictive for me that I better go abroad and earn some money and so on, and maybe have a family and so on. And therefore, public policy for government is very important. We are privileged in this country to have 3 levels of government. A lot of people would not agree with that. But 3 levels of government means that from one government, the federal government, you have a certain type of public policy. From the government of your province, the provincial governments develop their own public policy in their field of jurisdiction. Then you have the municipal government, who are not as strong sometimes, but they are very strong, that they've developed. Therefore, you decentralize your policy making throughout the country. It is as pleasant to live in Victoria, far away from Toronto, the center of the universe, than it is in Quebec City or in Halifax. But I would argue, and I would not say that outside of this room, but I would argue that if you live in Paris or in London, you have great, great public services. But if you live in Besançon, or if you live in Leeds, or in Manchester, do you have the same public goods as your compatriots from London or from Paris? Therefore, our system of governance is a system that gives the opportunities to every single Canadian, be it on the West Coast, on the East Coast, in Northern Canada, maybe less in Northern Canada, but certainly in Central Canada, the quality of life that this country offers their citizens, notwithstanding where they are, is the same. That is the importance of public policy.
Hi there, my name's Tanner. Thanks again for coming and speaking with us. I really appreciate it. You discussed soft power quite a bit in your, I guess, preamble there, especially with the Americans kind of going off the rails a little bit. Our reputation abroad has almost decreased, especially with the Carney speech at Davos. With that being said, do you feel as if Canada has relied too much on our reputation abroad and not our actual capacity? And what do you think that says about our democratic institutions?
This is a very good question. We rely too much. I think that we have been a little bit too complacent. You know, I mean, it's too complacent as a country also. All in all, you know, things are very easy and very comfortable, and that's it. I mean, it's and that is a challenge. Soft power versus hard power. Well, I think the Americans are making a huge mistake in abandoning soft power. Huge, huge mistake. And in our case, well, we need soft power. We need soft power because it is through soft power that we are able to gain friends and to open doors and to establish new relationships and to engage the outside world. Therefore, soft power is very important. And I will certainly support what Jody said as she opened her remarks this morning, that the government needs to invest in an active and dynamic foreign diplomacy, a foreign policy approach, and a dynamic diplomacy in all kinds of fields to raise the profile of soft power, because soft power for us is the key to open doors. If we don't use it, we are penalized. We are penalized. And, but I would say that we are sometimes a little bit too comfortable as a nation, as a country. We should strive it a little bit more. We should push the envelope a little bit more, and not be satisfied with a bronze medal.
Stay here. Marc, before I let you leave the stage here, I just, on behalf of all of us, like to thank you. I knew when we asked you to come that you would end this conference on such a high note with all of your experience and knowledge and bringing it here today. On behalf of us all, thank you so much. It's my honor now to bring this conference to a close. When I was in the back just a moment ago, we're going to have a reception after this. There's beer and wine in the back. I saw a sign on the table that said, "Take it slow," which is referring to not having too many beers, but maybe after today, you might want to. But we will have that reception shortly. What I took away from our conference today is that there are challenges ahead, that's for sure, and heavens knows in this country we have all sorts of strategies to deal with them. We have an Africa strategy, an Indo-Pacific strategy, we have a defense strategy. We had a feminist foreign policy, but needless to say, we have a lot of strategies. Our national security strategy, the last one, our policy, in typical Canadian fashion, one might say, was, as was mentioned, it dates from 2004. And our country has changed tremendously since 2004. When the folks sat down to put that document together, our population was around 31 million. And today we're close to 42 million. Our GDP was around 1 trillion or so US dollars. Today it's well beyond that, double and more. 18% of Canadians were born overseas, and Shelley, we know that's now around 24%. It's much higher. And so we have a job to integrate new Canadians into this wonderful society. 2004, that policy was born out of 9/11, born out of SARS, but so much has happened since then. And arguably, as the government promised in our North Strong and Free, our defense policy, it is time for the country to sit down and take stock of itself. Who we are, yes, where we've come from, but where are we going in the future? And to deal with all of the things that we discussed today. And I think this is critical. And if there's one thing I would say that CIC would take out of this as an organization, is that we need to press the government to take stock of who we are and where we're going, and that means consulting Canadians across the country, one by one if we have to. CIC has a role in all of this. One of our jobs is to engage with Canadians and inform them about what's happening in our own country and around the world, and we do that through our 19 branches. And I'm so happy that, of course, we have such a large representation from CIC Victoria, but also CIC Vancouver Island, CIC Vancouver, and even Sean from CIC Prince George. So, yes. We have 19 branches across the country, including our newest one in Newfoundland in St. John's. We've heard a lot today about where the country is and where it's going. But you know, I'm really lucky as the president of our organization to spend time here at UVic and at Royal Roads and working in tandem with the Intercultural Association, where we have a scholarship for a new Canadian here in the country heading to Camosun or UVic. But look, if you spend any time here with the students at UVic who run all of the amazing clubs and you see what they're doing and the leadership roles they're taking on, it is absolutely terrific. And I have no question about the future of this country after I spend time with the students here and Kaya and Grace and everyone and eating way too much pizza. But needless to say, our future is in very, very good hands. And so if you take one thing away from today, from me, the future of this country is in very good hands. And don't doubt it for a second. We could not have put this conference on today without the support of a lot of people. And I'd like to just give another shout out to all of the people that have helped us to do what we've managed to achieve today. Certainly the major sponsors, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we can't say enough for all of your support that you do, not just today, but in all of the times we've worked together. The Center for Global Studies, Cynthia, Jody, Leah's not here, but we couldn't have done this without your support as well. The Taiwan Economic and Trade Office, their support. CIBC was behind us. Kurt, wherever you are, if you're still here, but Kurt from Beyond the Border Consulting and Ray from Rainforest Manufacturing. John Jurek helped us with fundraising, so you can see the team that was behind putting this event together. Our speakers, our panel members, our keynotes, thank you so much for taking your time out, a whole day here. It was wonderful to have you. Melanie, first time in Victoria as our executive director, and so a real delight to have you with us here in Victoria. We are the biggest branch, if you didn't know that. I never like to emphasize that, but no, we're delighted to have you here. And Vancouver Island, of course, all of us, this is a CIC stronghold on Vancouver Island, both our branch up island and our branch here as well. The other group of folks I have to thank are our students, the students at UVic and even high school, yay, Michaela, who are here. Yes, we have high school members in CIC, which is awesome. Couldn't do this without your support behind the scenes, making it all come together as well. And we've put a lot of meetings went in behind putting this event together. Our media team, Joachim, thank you so much for everything that you're doing for us, and UVic Student Services for also putting this event, helping us put this event on. And lastly, the audience for coming out. And you know what? I'm really amazed. I was so worried that by around 4 o'clock today that it would just be me up at the podium. But you're still here, which is amazing. So thank you so much for being so attentive and spending your time with us today. And again, a shout out from my CIC Victoria. If you're not a member, please come and see any one of our team. We'd be delighted to talk to you about what we do. So this is going to bring the conference to a close, which one never likes to do, but then one realizes it's Friday and it's just past 4 o'clock. So on behalf of all of the team that put this together, all of you, thank you so much. We've got a reception on the go over there. Stick around. There's still a lot to talk about. And maybe we'll see you back at one of these again in the near future. Thank you so much.